No, that's just wrong.
But you're not.
There's the problem is.
Well, how do you get the horizon if you're not doing it optically?
Well, that's the problem then, though. I mean, they've been. No, so I'm going to call you Kosho again, Jeremy. My bad.
Yeah.
The problem is
on,
that you should name yourself not Kosho. The problem is that they're always. I mean, into the Black Swan, claim the horizon was a physical location. They both go over.
Yeah. No, I know. If it was a globe, it would still be a physical location. We would just see it optically in different places. So
you're limited. Well, here's the thing: you're limited by this is a geometric ideal, right? So you placing yourself at a certain distance above the ground, you're limited to this in geometry wise, right? So what is it? What did you say? 1.2 miles at what 6 inches or something a foot, whatever it is.
1.22 times. Yeah, the point is.
Well, hang on. The point is when we have the contrast in between us and what seems to be the horizon line, which is a fixed distance away, which are
a known distance. It's a measure.
And a known distance away. This creates a problem. So you have to extend that geometric horizon normally on all perfect conditions. That's exactly where you're going to find it. You have to extend it not just locally, not just a few hundred meters or so, but fucking 10 miles? How are you going to do that?
I mean, it's all optical. I'm with you guys on this one. It's just an optical phenomenon that's happening.
What?
That change the horizon. It's just an optical phenomenon. It's not actual Earth curve. It's optics.
Well, the way you phrased it made it seem like you were on the other side of the argument.
Because I'm just showing you the argument's not. I don't know. It's
not bulletproof.
The second part of the statement, the second part of your logic is just wrong.
I think it's lazy to stop right there. Just saying that, well, the where the horizon is might be being affected by refraction. So either one could be true.
But here's a curiosity.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. I'm sorry. So when you falsify something, that's the capacity to prove something is not correct. So you're proving the contrapositive, right?
What did you prove? What did you prove, though, Jen?
That the distance to the horizon is farther than it should be.
Yes, but it doesn't have to be on the globe model. In the last part of your logic statement, in the globe model, it doesn't. Their model doesn't say that it has to be an X amount of distance away because they have refraction in their model, which can make it appear farther away. It's all optical, like I said. The second part of your logic statement is wrong. So there's nothing more to even argue about because it's just wrong off the jump. But you can't go anywhere with it. I don't know how Globers don't shut this down. Look how easy that was. These guys suck, dude.
You missed your calling, Jeremy.
We point that all the time.
Okay, I'm acting like an airhead right now. What am I missing here?
Yeah, it's been pointed out many times.
Yeah, we point out all the time that the Black Swan is brought up. All the time.
Okay, but I mean like the part where the second part of the statement is wrong.
Yeah, when you said it should be, it's
if the Earth is
farther than it should be. I mean, the should be is wrong.
Let me explain it because your rambling isn't going to help Jen understand it. I promise.
What
you guys have been rambling for years.
You just, Jeremy, you just phrase it differently than what I've heard it before. That's all.
All he's saying is the refraction.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say that, but it exists.
No, that makes sense.
In reality,
we know that. No, Jeremy, we know that refraction is only an optical location. It's never actual physical location. Whether they want to believe it or not, they have never, ever measured the actual location.
Ever.
Yeah, they never have measured it physically. I agree. Yes.
So,
however, to say that.
So then, therefore, how do they know it's physically there?
I agree with you, but to say it couldn't happen in the globe.
There you go. So your rebuttal is actually their undoing.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm on your side, but the point is you can't say you falsified the globe model with this or whatever because in the globe model, they have they do have refraction. We can see it. It's actually happening on whatever reality Earth you want to say the shape is. It's
We
happening.
understand that. Yeah, we
Yeah.
understand that.
Well,
But
So you can't say
but
in the hold on in the second
okay.
part of the statement, in the second part of the logic statement, to say that no horizon can be more than that
Well,
part is false.
according to the model, yes, it's. I mean, we
So I have a
even
question.
from Wikipedia. Also, the higher
Yeah.
the higher the observer eyes are from the sea level, the further away the horizon is from the observer. For instance, in standard atmospheric conditions, for an observer with eye level above sea level by 1.7 meters, the horizon is a distance of about 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles. So
Assuming the observer has eyes to begin with. I mean,
and if I could bring out the document, I mean, the way they measure the horizon is by that calculation. It's in their model. They assume the Earth has a radius of a certain. There's nowhere in their calculation, in their model, actually says, well, this is the actual radius because we've measured it. Yada yada yada. Everything's an assumption based on an assumption, which they have never ever proven anything.
you go.
Elbow.
Well,
So,
Yes.
did I say something at any point that was incorrect in your opinion? Because I would like to
No.
make a note of it.
I mean, I don't think you said anything wrong. I mean, it's just that
Yes,
his
the second part
rebuttal.
of the logic statement is
Excuse
wrong.
me, Jeremy. I was speaking to Elbow, if you don't mind.
He's wrong, though. He's wrong. Do you want the
Well, you
truth, or
can
do you want him to
wait.
lie to you? Do you
You
want him to
can
lie to you?
wait.
Go ahead, Elbow. Go ahead, Elbow. Lie to her. Lie to her,
Continue.
Elbow. Go ahead. She wants to be lied to.
Okay.
Just to be nudged.
Duly noted. Anyways.
Jeremy was playing the part of the bowler there, so he was sort of countering, not with a solid argument, just saying that your argument had some holes in it. I think that's the point, isn't it, Jeremy?
Just because he could bring up atmospheric conditions.
Yes.
But then when he called refraction, but this is the thing. If they say, yeah, well, this atmospheric condition could change well, then there is no evidence of the actual curve of the Earth or whatever.
Right.
The horizon being physical.
Yeah.
It's always been an optical location. Never been an actual physical.
Yeah, an apparent horizon.
So
Correct.
that leads me to my question, Jenny. So for ball earthers and
reflection makes things more complicated. They don't prevent you from building.
All right, you have to start over when you get to, so.
Yeah, but Bacon, you can chime in on this as well, please. What's the difference between, as we're looking over the ocean, via picture or whatever, what's the difference between a ball earth horizon and a flat earth horizon?
Well, the reflection of the sun.
But you know the way we see this seeming solid line that divides water and sky, no matter what scale, what distance? What's the difference between a flat Earth horizon and a ball Earth horizon? I mean, the ball Earth is going to say obviously that is the divide. Everything is dropping away below that. What do flat Earthers say? That's a good question.
That's just the as far as you can see, man. I mean,
What's beyond that, then?
There's more
Earth.
Air? No, it's more Earth.
Air?
There's more Earth.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. How could it be air? We're saying pretty much the same.
What we're saying is that that's just the limit of your vision.
Right.
Well, why does the limit of your vision create a line?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if the ground is too far and the sky is too far, why can I still
both wrong, by the way.
Look, if there would be a mountain right there, if there would be a mountain,
the question.
It's okay.
Yeah, so if the ground is too far and the sky is too far, and both of them are further than you can see, how can you see a clear line that separates them? What does that line mean? How is the limit of your vision creating that line? I don't see it.
I don't think there's a line actually there. I mean, I've never seen an actual line. It's just that's where the sky is close to meet the ground.
That's what we call the horizon.
No, not a line. It's just where the sky seems to meet the ground. Two different textures. It's two different textures, right? They're not. If they were both the same color, they would just blend in.
Sure, but how is the limit of your vision creating that separation?
Because of the two different colors.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
phrase it
so-
as a limit.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't
if
phrase it as a limit.
they're
I
further
wouldn't
than you can see,
But before
then
we continue with that, let me just tell you, back to was it Damsel, right? Or who else?
No, Jenny.
Jenny.
And
The
Jenny from
reason
Block.
why we say the 3.1, I mean the it can't be no further than, just because we want them to say, hold on, but there's atmospheric conditions. It's an instigation for them to actually say that. So it's not that you're not saying anything wrong, because their model actually has to be determination that this is where the Earth ends. But then you're like, no, but the horizon, the atmospheric. Yeah, hello, welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Never see that.
Geometrically.
Wait. Time out. Elbow, can you repeat the last two sentences again? I apologize.
Sure, that the reason why it's there that we say it cannot be this distance, no further than this distance, because that's what their model dictates. And when they say, the model dictates that.
Elbow.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm next. I'm going next. Okay, Jenny,
all right.
is that cool with you?
It dictates that because that's the way the math works. Now, when they say no, there could be different types of atmospheric conditions. Yes, refraction. Then when have you ever measured that distance?
Okay, so to say that the horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is incorrect, because refraction exists, and it can be more or it can be less, whether it's flat Earth or globe Earth. So the black swan statement is just false. Now you can go on from there. You've lost the black swan argument because your argument's false.
Yeah, that's correct.
No, you're wrong.
How am I wrong? Explain it. Explain how I'm wrong. Shut up, left lane.
You should be able to measure that distance and actually say, okay, look, it does curve away at this distance, and say, okay, it isn't because your model dictates that. So at this height, right, I could go over to that distance and say, look at this. This is where it actually is.
Okay, I'm gonna say it one last time.
You can definitely measure it. Now, optically, the horizon changes depending on the atmospheric conditions. So when have they ever measured the actual horizon where they say the Earth curves away?
Okay, two things. The horizon's an optical thing, so we only ever look at it. So when in the globe model, hold on, Steve.
In the globe model, that's not what they say.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on. When they say in the globe model, when you say in the globe model, the globe can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Geometrically, if you were to measure it physically, tangibly, yes, that's true. However, we only ever look at it optically, so you can't look at it optically and say, oh, look, we falsified it, because that's only optical. If you actually measure it. No, hold on a second, Jenny. Hold on. If you're just looking at it optically, you can't say I falsified it physically or tangibly, because you haven't. You just looked at it. It's just more optical shit.
Yeah, we're falsifying where you saying the boats go over, because they haven't gone over because it's optical.
You didn't falsify it because
it has to be falsified, because guess what? If it's not there, what are boats going over?
Oh, you only
So are you saying if a boat will be traveling, you will see that boat all the way to the 10 miles if there was a physical horizon?
Bro, you can see a lot of shit, because we know that the light's bending all over the place out there. Now, if you're going to measure it physically and then say, all right, we falsified it, that's great.
Okay. So
show me light bending that way.
Well, whatever's happening, if it's the light bending or something else weird happening, we know that things are appearing in different places. So you can call it, I'm saying you could call it light bending or whatever, but whatever's happening, obviously we're seeing stuff in different places throughout different times of the day, weeks, years.
Yeah, you asked for an example. The black swan itself is an example.
all right, so this is my understanding in a very simple term, and so I've heard it discussed that even if you give a large margin for refraction, we still see too far.
The thing is that when they say refraction, they're talking about terrestrial refraction, which dictates an R value. They have to prove the R value first.
Bro, that's not circular reasoning at all. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? So are you not saying that? So
I can't do that.
when you're saying refraction, are you talking about terrestrial refraction? Because that's what it is, right?
I know I can't keep doing it with the globe.
Nice go. That was a nice go, though.
I
Bravo.
almost had you till you brought that up with the circular reasoning they used with 7
All
over
right,
600.
so
Howard was on board with you though. He was like, "Whoa!" He's like, "Is Jeremy coming back to the globe?"
hey, so I haven't.
No,
you
I just see that he's acknowledging the fact that refraction exists, and the black swan argument does not address refraction.
Well, I did recently watch Karen B's version of an investigation into the black swan, and she really dives deep into like what it really would mean for a globe if there was refraction and what that would actually look like. And I'm like, whoa, I don't have time to break that down bit by bit. But and then also she discusses light bending around a globe.
Rob Skiba showed us how it happened with the sunsets, the horizon, all that shit. It's just the way light acts in the atmosphere. You got lensing going on in the atmosphere. Even their top guys admit it. They'll admit it terrestrial lensing, but nonetheless, they think there's some magical distance that you have to go before the atmosphere acts like a lens. It's not important. The thing is, Skiba showed us how to do it in a sunset video.
Well, yeah, the atmospheric lensing, I remember. Yeah.
I mean, but really, that's our point. Is that the it does address who was the one that said, because I'm not looking at Discord, that it doesn't address that the atmosphere refraction or whatever, but it does because it's our point that the horizon is optical because of atmosphere refraction and whatnot. Depending on the conditions of the Earth and how far you can see. Who was the one that said that it doesn't address the atmosphere conditions or whatever?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, the argument itself does not mention refraction.
Not in so many words, but that's the whole point of it. And I think that's the reason why he picked up the worst looking picture of the whole freaking Earth, bro.
The worst picture.
Yeah, because I mean, there is all kinds of atmospheric issues in that thing. I mean,
with Rob. Wait, which
no,
one?
no, with the Black Swan picture.
Oh.
I mean, the whole bendy crane and everything.
The bendy crane, I'm not familiar with. I have to.
I mean, you've seen the Black Swan's photo, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you now. Okay.
That's the whole point. That's why he picked that picture. Well, that clip of the video, because he had done so many others that look way nicer.
And so the bendy crane, what is that supposed to say for either
because
side?
there's atmospheric conditions that are changing the optics, the way you think things seems. So he wanted them to say refraction. He wanted them to say it's optical. The horizon is optical because they were always saying that boats go over a certain location.
I got a question. When he kept saying that it's optical. So does that mean that's referring to the apparent?
Yes.
Horizon? Okay.
The horizon is apparent, not physical.
Yeah, I have definitely have a lot of terminology to make sure I'm like, so then I can be like, Your Honor.
Because there is no way that the Earth actually meets the sky, right? And the sky is in the sky. The Earth is in the air, in the floor. Right? The Earth is the floor. They never meet. It appears to, but they're saying that boats are going over. That's why the sky looks like it touches, because everything is, the Earth curves that way. That's where Earth curves. So what you're seeing is the sky going around the Earth. Yeah, but that's ridiculous. Shoot. They made us believe that people are standing upside down to us, man.
Oh, sideways. I'm standing
Sideways?
sideways right now, dude. It's so trippy. I'll just tell you.
I mean, if you can make people think, I mean, how dumb people think we are. I mean, if you can make
Well,
people believe that, what can't you make people believe?
yeah, I mean that one meme, the Glober's dilemma, Earth too big to see the curve, ships go over the curve. Like, people really honestly don't think. I mean, isn't that called a paradox? Or no? Dilemma, paradox.
Jenny, you're always supposed to be at the top of the ball. So as you look away over the water, for instance, over the ocean, everything should be dropping away according to what you're told you are on. But that's not the case. The horizon always rises to eye level, or tends to rise to eye level as well as you look
Yeah,
away.
it's so weird. That always happens.
It's not. It's not. It's just indicative of how easy it is to debunk the ball. But here, I would just say my point is here, because it's so easy that something wrong. There has to be more to the story. And I personally take it that everything to do with the heliocentric model and the spinning ball Earth itself is metaphor. So they've taken the truth and
Oh, yeah.
they've separated all the different component parts of our actual reality, sort of combined it into, what's presented as the spinning ball. Otherwise, it's too easy, right, Jenny? And it can't be that easy. It can't be that easy.
Well, that's what seemingly is happening. People are making it really complicated. I mean, seriously though, if you're on I forget who it was that brought this up. I probably yesterday or I don't know. But you're on an airplane and you're not allowed to have any beverages until the plane reaches its altitude. And then it levels off for the entire distance. And you can have your beverage and there's no slant in your glass. You don't have to have a sippy cup. You can have a regular glass. I don't know who it was that brought that up, but that was great.
Yeah, all the way to Australia, right?
You have to ask people oh my God, can you imagine? Wow. You have to have a sippy cup on an airplane. Like, holy cow. All right, somebody else can talk about stuff. It doesn't have to be flat Earth, right? Oh, did you guys know that has a new YouTube channel and he's starting a new series? So I'm super excited. I don't know if you guys are fans or not, but
Who's having a news? What? Say it one more time.
oh, I've got a post. So the lost history of flat Earth, what on earth happened? My favorite episode about the moon map, vibes of the cosmos. I forget the dude's name. Sergios, I think his name is.
Oh, I'd love if you go into a little bit more detail about what you mean by the moon map.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at something. Hold on.
The basic premise, because I'm sure I've heard the name before, but
yeah, Sturgios. Here, I'll post it, but then I'll find the.
Nice one, Jenny. Thanks for that. I'll look at that. Very good.
But anyway, I'll post the episode that has for the moon map in my clip.
Is that the crater moon? So there's extra land, but
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
okay, I'm with you on that.
I
Okay,
can
I'm with
post
you.
a few screenshots.
Very good. I'll definitely have a look at that. He's the one who doesn't speak throughout his videos, right? He just presents the images.
Well, Ewar presents Sturgios' material. I mean,
Okay. Okay, very
Ewar
good.
collaborates like years of people talking about stuff into these documentaries, and they're just fabulous.
Excellent.
Okay,
much
so the idea of
great
more
information.
land, that there's 4, not corners, but quarters of the earth. I'll post it. Hold on. So when they talk about the pole shifting, the magnetic field would shift to a different position.
Right. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm familiar with this theory. It's brilliant,
Right.
isn't it? How do we explain this? Like, and yeah, well, brilliant. Definitely have a look at the. So you say Ewok gives commentary on the videos themselves. Yeah.
Well, I posted his Ewar's new series, and then
Ewok.
underneath the image, that is the episode that highlights Vibes of the Cosmos and his moon map theory. He probably has a better word for it. I should find out instead of just saying that. It sounds a little ridiculous because it's amazing, because he's gone through different comparisons to, in a sense, like verify the map, essentially.
Right.
I have notes somewhere. I was looking for them. I couldn't find them, like WTF. So I'll have to.
Well, as
moment.
above, so
Oh, wait,
below.
here.
So,
Wait.
so
Okay, go
what's
ahead.
on above? The moon being our nearest neighbor is a reflection of what is happening here on ground level.
Well,
So what a concept.
the curious part is that there's a very large extra landmass,
Right.
Lemuria. That's what he refers to it as. But so the speculation that Ewar talks about in his documentary is that that image was done at a different point in time in the past. And this would come from the idea that the sun and the moon are a parent. I think that's the right word.
Apparent is in.
It's not a physical body up there.
Right. And is there any connection established between the sun and the moon? Of course, we all experience.
Well, actually, let me find the YouTube channel for Vibes of the Cosmos. Hold on a second. He actually has 2 different books on this topic. So the man has taken a lot of his time on it.
How deep are you into it, Jenny?
Well, I don't have as much time as I would like because unfortunately I have to go to a slave job.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can certainly ponder it, but then your slave job where you go through the motions, mind is free as a bird, right?
Yeah.
Can be.
What I've been doing, I don't know. I'm usually busy throughout the day, but it's all good. But yeah, I find this stuff great. This is fascinating to me. I've always been like a fringe kind of, I guess what people would use a derogatory term, conspiracy theorist. I'd be a fringe conspiracy theorist.
This is deep stuff, you know what I mean? Have you any girlfriends or anything like that you can talk to, or you do talk to about this stuff? Response?
Well, I'm kind of new to the area where I am, so
Okay.
I'm sure I don't know. No, I haven't come across anybody who can talk about stuff like this now.
It's a lonely old station, that's for sure. But these are into flat Earth.
Well,
First of all, that's not the end. Of course, it isn't. It's just the beginning in a sense.
well,
And
I kind of, have empathy for people. Not that I feel sorry for them, but, I guess for some it would be ignorance is bliss. So,
and maybe everyone in their own time as well. It's just a matter of considering an idea first of all, and when it becomes so blatant that you can't avoid it anymore, which flat Earth is becoming. It's not a person really who hasn't heard the idea anyway. Whatever side they come down on it, if they come down lightly, you can be sure that they just haven't thought about it enough. Their passion or their heart isn't in the investigation. But when it comes to this sort of stuff, and making inroads towards what actually is going on and making certain connections, that's pretty deep down the rabbit hole. And yeah, it is a lonely old station. Try to talk as much as you can, I would say, Jenny, to anyone. There's far
well,
few
I do try and,
women. Yeah.
meet people where they are, and usually where people are is with Miley Cyrus. So, I've written, I've written things down for people before about coach postulates. I never say that stupid word right. And I wrote down. Well, I've listened to Andrew Kaufman. I'm sure there's quite a number of doctors that are talking about stuff like that now, but I don't pay attention to the mainstream media.
Right. Well, I'm not going to go into asking you about Corona and all that sort of stuff, but ultimately everything connects to a greater or lesser extent. It's
Well, it
fascinating
depends
line
on
of
what type.
inquiry.
I talk to people, and it depends on what type of rapport I can gain from them. You know what I'm saying? And it depends on what they say.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if one time, I forgot how the conversation went, but the gentleman said that he was going to go ahead and do the vaccine anyway, even though he didn't really believe in it. And I told him, I looked him straight in the eye. I said, well, just make sure the nurse shakes up that bottle real good before she puts that needle in it.
Well, what are you going to do?
I mean, yeah,
What are you
people are
going
going
to
to do what
do?
they're going to do. But yeah, I don't want to get us in trouble about talking about Miley Cyrus.
No, but the best thing you can do when it comes to information like this or considerations about is it crater Earth? That's the general idea. Crater Earth, and whereas the central focus moves around and gives us different ages, where Earth entails or incorporates greater land masses. It's all very interesting. The way I have my own thoughts, and I'm going to go off shortly now because I've been talking all day. But I think it's been a great day of conversation. But I view the sky as being a mirror. So when we look at the sun and the moon in their full forms, we see one as
You're gonna,
the same size as the other. So the moon is a reflection of the sun, and I take it
yeah,
back to other places as well. But
you're
yeah,
gonna love Vibes of the Cosmos.
excellent. Thank you for those links, Jenny, and it's been lovely to
Problem.
talk to you. I will let you
Same
get on with
here.
your conversation. Say
Okay.
thanks to Geo for the opportunity to talk because I've been talking all day, but it's been pretty good. So thanks a lot. Good night.
Hi.
Good night.
Sweet. Yeah, there's just not enough time in the day for me to go over stuff I want to. So what did everybody leave? WTF. Oh, I found my notes. Hey Riggs, your meme reminds me of that kid from the movie back in the 80s where he says, what is it? Boys have a penis and girls have a vagina. Oh, okay. So I found my notes, you guys. So in regards to, I haven't watched near a fraction of Vibes of the Cosmos material that he has out there, but he does go over like the circles of latitude type survey, and he goes over time zones, seasons, flight paths, as well as distances. So it's not like he's making shit up. Find that fascinating, the extent that he goes through on everything. So, are you guys listening, or I'm just talking because nobody else is?
We're listening.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the moon map is supposed to be a composite X-ray image. So it's a flipped reflection. And so there's actually two separate layers that are superimposed. One would be where you just see the Tycho crater, and that would be, I guess I haven't heard him talk about this much, but the top of the firmament. And then the other layer would be the known and unknown land masses. And so whenever I look at the image of the moon, I always use Tycho crater as a landmark. And then if you go the farthest distance away from it, you'll see North America and South America. It's really bizarre. But
As far as distances go,
mhm.
how much do you trust the distance, the given distance between?
I don't know. You'd have to watch it for yourself because he gets very technical, and it seemingly to me very thorough. Now, what he does address is that, there's 2 points of distortion with what we're looking at the moon. So we're looking at it through the firmament of when it was created. So you're looking at it. And then you also how we view it now through the firmament again.
All right. I was going to ask you how much do you trust the distances between, like, say, New York and Seattle or something?
I have never ventured into cartography or anything like that.
I'm just saying when you go to, when you go to look up like the distance between New York and Seattle, let's say, like how much do you think that is accurate? Like 100%,
Well, I guess I
99%?
know a lot more about it. I mean, how those distances were derived or measured, or.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, but it's very elaborate. You should check it out, seriously. I mean, it's
The moon thing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get into it. That's all speculation.
Well, I'm not putting it out there as fact. So
I know.
If you want to check out Vibes of the Cosmos, I posted his channel at 12 minutes after the hour, and then.
I mean, the
you
moon's
are-
pretty interesting. I don't even think we can get there personally. Maybe.
Well,
They definitely didn't do it in the 60s, though.
he goes into great detail about what could be going on with the sun and the moon. So you guys are all technical geeks about all this stuff. You should go check it out and then say, "Oh, it's all bullshit."
Oh, yeah, we
Jeremy.
love that nerd shit.
Jeremy, you should go look at it, watch it.
I'm not going to lie. I'm probably not going to.
Hey, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. There ain't enough time in the day to do everything. So there's that, right?
Yeah, man. I got mad kids, all kinds of shit going on. A lot of fucking people in here. No one's talking. What do you got, George? George got some ball shit for you. I bet.
George.
No, I'm not really interested, Jeremy, in participating.
Sorry, George.
George, is this your first time here? Just want to say welcome. Welcome to
Yeah, pretty much, but
the Earth
Probably.
Awakenings.
probably won't be hanging around for much longer. I was hoping maybe the channel would be talking about something interesting instead of this same old stuff over and over.
George, you've been talking about the same old stuff over and over for the last 5 years. Why would it be different tonight? All of a sudden, I mean, we talk about some wild shit.
Expectation is the root of all heartache. I'm just saying.
Did I ever tell you my idea for a perpetual motion machine, George? I mean, do you want to talk about that?
Perpetual motion machines aren't possible.
Yeah. Well, you haven't even heard the idea yet.
Well, it
You
doesn't
dismissed
matter.
it instantly without
Any
even hearing
perpetual
it.
motion machine has to be in violation of the first and second law of thermodynamics. It's just not possible.
Have laws ever turned out to be false before?
These ones we don't believe could ever be overturned.
I know you got some weird beliefs, George, but have
Well,
laws?
it's not weird
have
beliefs.
laws
I
ever-
mean, in any machinery, in any motion, you have losses. If you have losses, you have a dissipation of energy. So eventually, the machine will stop.
Yeah, I hear you. Have laws ever turned out to be wrong, George?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Hey, are you sure? Not Newton's law of gravity?
That's
Or
not.
all his laws
That's
of
not
motion?
wrong. It works
course it is.
perfectly well within the constraints under which it was stated.
I have multiple citations saying that Newton's laws of gravity was wrong. We also know his laws of motion were wrong once you get to the quantum mechanical level.
Again, you are using them beyond the constraints under which it was stated.
Laws
Anything
apply
can
everywhere.
be violated if you go outside the constraints under which it is valid.
What were the constraints that Newton gave for his law of gravity? Let's hear it, George.
You cannot be at speeds approaching light. You cannot be at masses that are
Newton said that?
Are huge at.
Did Newton say that? I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm wondering what Newton said, not what you're making up now.
Doesn't matter what Newton says on the thing. This is under which the laws are valid.
So Newton's law of gravity doesn't matter what Newton said. Now that's where we're going with this.
I'm not going anywhere with you on this, Jeremy. You have such a weak understanding of laws and physics.
Yeah, I know. Ad hom, I know.
No, it's not ad hom. I mean, you perpetually demonstrated your ignorance regarding these matters.
It's not ignorant. You're the one being
Just
ignorant.
like your stupid statement
right
that weight equals mg is wrong. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, you just...
We've debunked weight W equals mg.
Huh?
W equals mg is debunked. All of Newton's
No, it
shit is
isn't.
wrong. Newton's shit is wrong, dude. Just face it.
No,
Grow
it
up, George.
isn't. That's a definition of weight, you moron.
George, grow up, bro. All Newton's shit is wrong. You're gonna have to move past this someday.
No, it isn't. See, this is
Well,
why I
then-
don't want to participate, Jeremy.
We're okay with that. I mean, you're not enjoying yourself, clearly. I mean,
all of Newton's shit has been falsified. It's over with for Newton. Even all your big boys, Shanker, Feynman, Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, they all know Newton was wrong. They state it clearly. I'm sorry, George. I wouldn't be happy about this if I was a Glober either. I understand your pain.
Jeremy, you're just speaking shit all the time. Newton's laws are not wrong. They're perfectly good. They describe motion on the terrestrial Earth. If we're dealing with masses that are normal masses that we're used to dealing with on the Earth, we're not dealing with galaxy-sized masses, or we're not dealing down at the quantum level. Newton's laws perfectly describe motion as we experience it here on Earth.
And do we experience the quantum level here on Earth?
Oh my God.
Can we experience the quantum level here on Earth, George?
Do you think you really see down at the quantum level, Jeremy?
Can we? Can we experience it?
Not in our everyday experiences, no.
But we can, though.
Again, the laws are perfectly fine in the realm which we are living our lives. Sure, you can get down to a quantum level and find some violations or discrepancies, or you can go to the galaxy levels and find some discrepancies. But within the normal masses that we're used to dealing with, like cars, baseballs, rocks, whatever, the laws of physics as described by Newton work perfectly fine.
Sure, and sometimes they don't work fine, like in the cases of quantum mechanics and...
God, you don't get it.
galaxy.
How stupid can you be, Jeremy? Every
show me
law has certain constraints and boundaries under which they are valid. And they work within the boundaries. Any laws, whether it be mathematical, physics laws, chemical laws, they all have constraints under which they are valid. They don't work universally under every possible condition that you can possibly conjure up. That's why laws have certain boundaries and conditions under which they are valid.
You're saying the same thing over and over again. Stop.
Well, you don't seem to get it. You're very thick.
Now you're not going to let me talk, George. Show me in Newton's laws where these constraints were put down and these parameters. I'm telling you, you're full of shit. It's not in there. You're making it up.
Yes, it is.
Show me. Let's see it.
I'm not going to show you shit,
because it's
man.
not
Go
in there.
Look at, go and study yourself. Pick up a textbook and look.
You're making shit up,
bro. Pick up a textbook and go look.
Why are you mad, bro?
Huh?
Why you make shit up, George? You make up more shit.
I'm not making anything up. State Newton's law to me. The second law.
Bullshit, bro. First of all, it's F
State
equals
the Newton's second law to me, Jeremy. Come on, you're the man. State Newton's second law.
F equals ma. This isn't a
no, that's not it. No, that is not the law. That is not the law. That's not how Newton stated it. Newton stated that force is equal to the time derivative momentum, not F equals ma. That is a very special case of force equals the time rate of change of momentum. That's how Newton
and in the meantime, you still don't have anything about the constraints or parameters from Newton's law of gravity, like the shit you made up with. You said
no, it's not made up. Enjoy your ignorance, Jeremy. Have a good night, sir.
Bye.
Bye, George. Don't make shit up, please.
That was really uncomfortable.
Why? Because he made all that shit up about the parameters and constraints inside Newton's law of gravity.
No, it's how he said it. All arrogant and shit. That's really like.
No.
I mean, I want to just stand back from people like that. It's like, what the fuck? Can you imagine the looks he'd get if he acted like that in real life? It's like, gee. I don't understand.
Oh, him and Newton go way back. All these guys, they personally know Newton and Einstein and Galileo and
Wow. Well, yeah, considering it's their religion and all, those are their priests. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Scientism priests.
We have so many quotes from high-ranked scientists and just smart people in general, Nobel Prize winners, just straight out stating Newton's laws were wrong. Laws of motion, laws of gravity, everything.
Richard
They're like in love with this Newton guy. They can't let it go. Like Einstein superseded him because Newton's shit was off.
I think Richard Feynman was one of them.
Feynman, Shanker, Andrea Ghez, the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner. Feynman's one of the Feynman. He's big time. He was a little out there though. QE ripped him up on a few numpty clips ago, but yeah.
Hey, does I didn't know that QE did that. He's got so many damn videos. Well, then, are you saying for numpty clips, like you were talking about? I thought you were talking about Richard Feynman. You lost me at some point.
Yeah, he had to roast Richard Feynman. I think it was in the Dross Foolish Decisions one. He was ripping Feynman in the numpty clip. Yeah. Yo, it don't matter who you are. You can get it. Just say something stupid.
Okay, so I was trying to get to his channel to just kind of browse his playlist, and I had to scroll down a little bit. It wasn't the first search result, and just above that, there's the line of shorts, and the first one it's titled "At Quantum Eraser is a Numpty Dipshit." I'm gonna post it.
They make videos about QE all the time.
And yeah.
Oh, I thought he did one on himself.
That'd be funny.
That would be funny.
That'd be good. I'm gonna actually DM him.
Yeah.
Him dude, that'd be hilarious. I'm in half those clips, those numpty clips. The QE took a lot from Chemo shit, and Chemo used to record us in Gems all the time. I miss Chemo. I tried to go into Gems and hang out with him, but ended up getting into it with him, and it's just
Okay, so would it be under the signature series numpty clips?
There's two different series. One of them is like a do the one that has like 80 or 100 or 90 or something.
Dude, he's got a fuckload of playlists. Okay, the 80. Yeah, okay, I see it now.
It's a numpty clip. It's got like 80 of them. They're all in there, so.
Yeah, okay.
The ones that he has on this signature one or whatever, that's like I don't know why he did that. Maybe those are like high quality ones, or the Globers are saying like extra dumb shit. I don't know.
All right, what was the kind of the title to it again?
It was the title's gonna have like foolish decisions or dross or something in it.
Okay.
It was only like 3 or 4 ago, maybe 5.
I found it. Foolish
Found it.
Decisions. Feynman Fricassee. Oh shit. Mark to watch later. Ooh, I want to hear
Feynman's
Brenda
just-
talk about something from nothing.
Oh, Brenda has the best numpty clips. Brenda and Zanuck.
Can we play stuff? He won't care. Geo?
Do we?
Yeah. Do we have a music bot thingy in here?
I don't think so. Oh, maybe. He's got a ton of bots. I don't know. He might. I don't think people want to hear that. We might scare the Globers away.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be fine.
I don't know. George is sensitive.
Well,
He's got sensitive ears.
he's gonna practice his listening skills, he said. In so many words. I'm putting words in his mouth, sorry, but he said he didn't want to participate.
Jeremy, question for you. Jeremy. Have you spent much time looking at the back calculation of the 6.66 times 10 to the negative 11th for the gravitational constant?
Ooh.
No, I don't. I have no idea what you even said just now.
Quite the coincidence.
So the gravitational constant, you got big G and you got little g, right? Well, I've been doing some research and looking at the Cavendish experiments and the calculations and formulas, and not one example shows the exact experiment. There's some discrepancies on exactly what it is, but I realized that if you wanted to back calculate big G and give it something, what you would do is you would take two observable realities, which is the constant rate of fall. Let's say it's constant in this scenario, which is not due to terminal velocity and drag coefficient, whatever, but you've got 9.8 meters per second, right? Now, with that number and the pathway of the sun. So, for instance, 60 by 60 by 24, we can get the apparent circumference of the Earth, apparently, just by the time factor. Do you agree with that, Jeremy? Hello?
I still don't know what you said. I'm not like a math
What do you
guy.
mean you don't know that?
I'm not like a big math guy, bro. Like, these are a whole bunch of numbers and shit you're throwing at me. Like,
slow it down.
It doesn't matter
so
how slow you would do it. I'm not.
Gravity. Two observable realities. Just do you follow me with that? Okay, follow me with my line of thinking. There's two observable realities. One of the realities is that things fall. Things fall at a rate. You can calculate that rate. That apparent rate is 9.8 meters per second per second. Do you agree? Do you understand?
I don't think he's paying attention.
I'd say solids and liquids maybe fall. I wouldn't say everything falls at that rate, but I'm with you.
I didn't say everything. I just said there's an observable. There's observable. This is why this is exactly what it adds to the other variables involved with the understanding of this observed thing. Now, we observed time, and we quantified time in a construct convention by 60 by 24, 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 60 minutes by 24 hours in a day, right? Right?
Yeah. I'm trying to put the kid to bed right now, so I'm gonna need like 5-10 minutes maybe.
All right.
Jenny needs to learn this though. Tell Jen.
I don't know if
I'm not being very serious right now. Sorry, guys.
I don't know if she needs to learn anything. I'm just questioning the back calculation of big G, little g, and how you can devise big G with a supposition. So if I can devise big G with a supposition, you're telling me you can measure close to that supposition. How does that work? Like, what are the odds of me having a supposition like something I have no way to prove externally outside of myself. I'm just looking at my present reality and judging it, right? My senses, if you will. I'm looking at two senses. The sense is the rate of fall and the time of the sun. From those two, just those two observable realities, I can use a calculation to derive big G. So if that's the case, why would you have to go through the extent to do a Cavendish experiment to find big G? If weighing the Earth, all it takes is the mass and the volume and the gravitational constant to get it. You can get the gravitational constant from assuming the size of the Earth and looking at apparent rate of fall. So you don't even have to go through this elaborate experiment to devise this 6.66 times 10 to the negative 11th power. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Well, what's the practical application of this?
So Cavendish was trying to weigh the Earth, right? And out of weighing the Earth, he came up with big G, right? Big G is used in the cosmological constant. It's used in general relativity. It's used in everything, pretty much, when it comes to calculating things in the universe. It's dark matter, dark energy. Big G is there, right? I don't actually. Is big G in the dark matter formula? I have to look again. Can't remember. Yeah. So
I understand what you just said. Sure.
anyway, I'm just researching the experiment and the torsion calculation and how they use just how they're using essentially they're using a pendulum formula and calculating the oscillating pattern at the rate of inertia, if you will. So is it the rate of inertia? I'd have to go back and check again. But anyway, I'm still discovering it and learning how to back calculate and all this stuff and how they figured it out. And I was just saying there's a lot of discrepancy on exactly what Cavendish did, what the actual numbers were, exactly the procedure. There's some discrepancies between instructions. Like if you go look at MIT or you look at Michael Ben Wiesen, all these instructors that teach you how it works and how it was devised using the torsion constant and then using a pendulum calculation. The thing with Cavendish I find interesting is that he referenced another pendulum as a base calculation. So this pendulum, it has nothing, or maybe it is the actual length of it. I'd have to double check. I could be wrong. But 39.14 inches. Was that the length of the pendulum in the experiment? I don't know. I don't know how much people know about the actual experiment, right? Like Blue seemed to not even be able to give me a formula. And he's a guy that apparently built the apparatus.
Oh. Oh crap, is Branch here? Branch, you better be nice. I'm serious. Come on, man. Oh, I'm so glad George decided to not stay anymore. Sounded really condescending. Not really productive for discussion. I mean, seriously, doesn't that tend to rub people the wrong way? I mean, I guess some people are better at it than others. Hey, Gio, do you have music bots for your server?
Yep, there is one. Yep.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, if you type exclamation music bot, that command, it'll basically just flash a little message that directs you to the two channels. There's one channel, it's kind of far down the list on there, but there's one channel that's like the list of the commands, and then there's another channel which is the place to put the commands in. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually, I mean, you don't have to put in the exclamation music bot. That just directs to the channel because they are far down there. But I think if you scroll down there, basically it's under the ticket center area. Yeah, the music bot.
Okay.
I just want to say, is Elbow still here? Oh, he left. He did really good with the Black Swan. He should have took it to the refract. As soon as I said refraction or light bending or something, he should have took it right to. Let's see the formula for it. That's instantly where you should take it, because these guys don't know how it works. Half of them don't even know the formula, and if they do have a formula, it has R in it, and then it's over. You can't prove R by saying, you can't say, oh, the light's bending like this. Here's our formula we use with R in it, and meanwhile we're going to use this to prove the Earth's a sphere. Like, you can't do that. Now you have to, if you're going to have this R value in it, you have to say, all right, well, how'd you get the R value? Now you're onto that. Now you're off the Black Swan. You're on to finding how do we find the R value? I mean, we all know that's where it all falls apart for him. As soon as the Glover goes, yeah, but refraction, the second part of your statement is wrong, because refraction. Like, all right, let's see the formula for this refraction thing. How's it work? What do you got?
Tell me what you got.
You got a measurement. They don't even have a measurement of it, but it's beside the point. You can't find one Glover that has a measurement all up and down the optical corridor. First of all, they don't even know where the optical corridor is. If you're going to do it on the top of the Earth and then just say it's Bennett, you've already presupposed the curve. It's begging the question. If you're actually going to measure the optical corridor, you would make a straight line to the object. That would be your optical corridor, the straight line. You don't have that straight line because you're only doing it optically. So you have no idea where the optical corridor even is to measure it. I fucking hate refraction. It just made a mess out of everything. You can't do anything. Their model's unfalsifiable because of it. You can't prove it and you can't falsify it, and because of this refraction thing. You know, whoever created this place did it perfectly, so you would never be able to know. You know, unless you had tons of power or wealth or something, like you'd never be able to know where you actually lived. There's all these negative reinforcements, right? You go up, you can't breathe as good. You go down, you can't go down far. It gets too hard to even dig, or too tedious of a task to even dig down. You go south, it starts getting colder. Might get hotter than colder, either way, but there's tons of negative reinforcements out there that are just natural. Like a positive reinforcement would be like you're running a race and there's a guy on the side of the road and he hands you a little cup of water and you drink it and throw the cup on the side of the road. That'd be positive reinforcement. A negative reinforcement would be the guy, instead of having cups of water, he fucking sticks his leg out and trips you. Then you fall and now you fucking skinned your knee or something. Like that'd be like a negative kind of reinforcement thing. And our world's full of them. I'm telling you, Gio, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing? What are we going to do? We can't do this for another 5 years. Right? We got people got money. Let's do something. We need to physically, tangibly measure if the water is curving or not. You can't do it optically.
Yeah. Well, I guess it does come down to funding and resources.
How much money do we need? There we go. Now we're talking. How much money do we need and what are we going to do? Like what? I would say first you would need to know what you're going to do to falsify one or the other. And then worry about the money after. We're like, okay, that's not feasible. We need to think of something else, or that is feasible. Let's start getting money. You know what I mean? Like let's like do something, or at least work towards doing something in the future. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we need to tomorrow. Meet me here tomorrow, and we'll do something. Let's make plans for the future so that we know what we're going to do. You know. Like, bro, this shit needs to be over.
I would much rather spend my time doing that rather than going back and forth kind of in some of these arguments or whatever, you know.
I mean, did you hear that shit George was making up about Newton? It's ridiculous, bro. Like, let's just end this. This needs to end. I don't care, you know. We're not getting anywhere like this with these people. Whoever's listening by now is already listening. And, you know, I feel like there's no new people coming in. So it's not even like, is there new people coming in? Could that be one of our goals to get people on board with this? I feel like a lot of it gets dismissed instantly just by what they've brainwashed us with. You know what I mean? I laughed myself at Flat Earth. I'm like, those people must be fucking idiots. And I was laughing at it and I just instantly dismissed it. And that was me I was already a conspiracy theorist. I've known the moon landings were fake for 20 years. 9/11, all that shit. I laughed at it. What do you think a normal person's going to do? They ain't taking it seriously, especially if they listen in to any of the things when we're talking. I mean, here it's been better, but we barely know how to have conversations. I'm guilty of it myself. I interrupted George like 10 times just now.
Well, I mean, we can do our best. I think, doing real world measurements is going to be the ultimate, though. I think.
I mean, no matter how many people we get on board, let's say you get 100 people on board a day, and then what? In 20 years, there's 3 million flat Earth. Great. Like, they're still ain't gonna do nothing. You know, I think it all comes down to actually doing a measurement or something to falsify one or the other. Not anything where maybe it could be this, maybe it could be that, like a laser test or an observation. If you're doing that at this point, you're just wasting resources and shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, I used to joke around on Brandon's. Oh, one more laser test and we got this. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, how many laser tests can you do? It's like, yeah, we're seeing the laser too far. We know they said refraction. We're still in the same spot we were 5 years ago. Other than tangibly measuring the water, what else is there? I wouldn't even know.
Well, I think the discussions are good and they're great for in a lot of reasons, for a lot of ways. But yeah, I think doing real world tests. I mean, if that's what you're referring to, is having sort of an ultimate physical verification of things, I think that would be the best. And doing something that's really never been done before, that's where the breakthrough is going to come.
That guy Whitesword had a pretty good test. He even had a plan B for if the first one failed, and it might have, because he's trying to like pull a super duper heavy long string or some shit. I mean, I don't understand. We don't have anything that works or moves only in a straight line. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, if you had a television, like, say you had a television screen that was a half a mile long, right? The pixels could bend, I guess, over distance, or are pixels always straight no matter what? Like, what if the TV itself is bending? The pixels bend with it, right? Or are pixels always straight? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We need something that only works, moves, or operates in a straight line, or we need to build a straight line or something. Come on, guys. Use your heads.
Hey, Willis, is that you? Sorry. I was amusing myself. Thank you, everyone.
What is Kocho's best idea for measuring the Earth?
GPS. The RTK GPS thing. Which isn't by no means any kind of tangibility to it at all. I mean, if we were to make a measurement or something, it would definitely have the GPS there, all the optical shit, everything. You know, you're not going to just go out and do one thing. You're put everything together all at the same time. Like, you're going to go out there with an auto level and a theodolite and GPS and fucking all the stuff, everything.
Sailboats.
Yeah, we know. I'm telling you, the longer we go without having a tangible measurement, I mean, it's just, I don't think it's helping.
I don't know what you mean by when you say tangible measurement.
Like something something you could touch. Like if you want to measure a two, say you got a 2x4, right? And you want to measure, see if it's 8 feet long or 10 feet long. You put the tape measure up to it. I mean, you visually have to look at the number, but you could touch it. You could see it.
All right, well, let me ask you. So, known distances, I guess they could be, I mean, so like, to the oil rigs, how do they know the distance to that?
I don't know.
How was that measured?
I have no idea.
Well, it's considered a known distance.
Yeah. It's not in contention, I don't think.
Right. So therefore, we do have a measurement.
No, you
So
have
I'm
a
not sure
measurement.
what you mean. I don't know what you mean when you say tangible measurement. I apologize. I guess I could take it upon myself and look up the word, but
No, it's fine. You have a measurement of a distance between 2 points, yeah. And then now you look at it optically and you say, oh, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Whereas with the 2x4 and a tape measure, that don't change because it's all tangible shit that you could touch. The wood's always touching the tape measure, like it's never going to change.
okay, but the distance to the oil rig isn't going to change, is it?
No, but you being able to see it is going to change.
Okay, but you still know it's effing there. What are you talking about, Willis? Really, I'm being serious.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The black swans, it's an optical thing. Yes, we know it's 9 miles away.
But the oil rig is still there.
Yes, the oil rig's there. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. If we had a tangible, not measurement to it. So you don't need a measurement to something. What you need is a measurement of curve or not.
Why don't you just look at it when atmospheric conditions are feasible?
Well, when's that? What does
Well,
that mean? What is it?
I can't talk about it as eloquently as some, but probably when there's like not a lot of humidity.
Yeah, there's always going to be argument over the optical thing.
Well, during colder weather, wouldn't that really kind of make sense?
There's always going to be argument if you just have an optical thing. If it goes our way, the Glovers will say, no, it's wrong. It's the light's bending like this. If it goes their way, we'll say, no, you're wrong. Like that's not gonna.
Well,
It's not gonna
that's
put
just
an end to
one
it.
bias against another. Well, if you look at it from an argument point.
Sure. I'm just saying that's not like really. That's not. If you had a tangible measurement of it, that'd be.
Okay, can you please
definitive.
tell me what a tangible, that you can physically touch? So you're saying they didn't physically measure the distance to the oil rig. I know you said you're not sure, but I don't see how that's possible.
The distance to the oil rig is not in contention. I'll give you. That's fine. 9 miles.
That's a long
6
distance, so
miles.
it's a measurement.
Yeah.
So I don't understand where you're coming from.
The distance is a measurement, yes, but now sometimes we can see it, sometimes we can't. We need a measurement of curve. We need a measurement of curve or not.
Oh wow. Okay.
Is it curving? Is it not? You know what I mean? Like that needs to be the measure, not the measurement of the distance. I mean, you need to know that too, but you need to know if it's curving or not.
You need to be able to see it every day, is what you're saying. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I'm saying the optical part makes it so it's.
Somebody help me. I need help.
The optical thing. I'm going to help you. The optical thing just means that it makes it so sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. We don't know if it was tangible.
Okay. I don't see how it's relevant. I don't understand how it's relevant, to be honest.
What's relevant?
Why don't you just look at it on a day you can see it?
Well, I just told you if it goes our way, the Globers are going to say, no, you're wrong. If it goes their way, we're going to say, no, you're wrong.
Okay, so you're talking about a small group of people. Wait, all right. Rewind, delete that. Okay, don't facts speak for themselves? What are we talking about here?
The fact is, sometimes we can see it, sometimes we can't. We have no measurement of the water either curving or not curving in between the oil rigs and us.
The water curving? In between Are you really
curving
serious?
or not curving? Curving or not curving? Yes, the globe says it's curving. We say it's not curving, so we need to measure that.
But you can see both oil rigs. I don't. Oh wait, is this where we go into where light bends around a globe? Is that where this happens? Because maybe this is why I'm confused on the globe argument. So, just saying.
There's obviously something happening where sometimes it makes it so sometimes we can see things and sometimes we can't. Right? So the only way to know this for sure is to take a measurement of if the water is curving or it's not.
So crazy to hear you say those words like that. Water curving.
Or not. Either the water's curving in between us and the oil rigs like the globe says, or it's not like we say.
But nobody. Okay, yeah, sure.
Right? Those are the two options, right?
Just kind of makes my head spin because nobody's ever shown the curvature.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We need to have this measurement of if it's curving or not. I personally don't think it is. I can't prove it though. Neither can you. Nobody here can. Either way, the globe or the flat earth, no one can prove if the water is curving or not.
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
I mean, let's hear it. What do you got? The only thing that would prove it would be a measurement of the drop or not. If either side could prove it, I wouldn't be here right now. I don't think there'd be a lot of us that wouldn't even be here right now if either side could prove it.
Well, I'm sorry you don't really contend with the black swan argument.
It's just the black swan argument is.
I don't understand why you can't acknowledge what is considered a known distance as a measurement. I don't know where you're coming from.
A measurement of distance, yes. We don't need a measurement of distance. What we need is a measurement of vertical, or we need a measurement of drop from horizontal. That's what we need a measurement of, not distance. Distance doesn't do anything for us. Because then you have to look over that distance optically. And optically, we know that things are moving and shifting all around. We don't know actual positions.
So you're saying this should be the burden of the proof for the Globers?
Yeah, their claim is that the water is curving. It's the burden of proof absolutely should be on them. They're not going to ever do it though, because 99.9% of the world thinks that the Earth's a globe, so they don't really need to do anything else. They're definitely not going to do this. So it's either on us to prove them wrong, or we can just keep going like this for the next 5, 10, 20 years.
I'm not interested in proving individuals wrong. All you're doing is logic. All you're doing is logically explaining is what is.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's talking about demonstrating definitely whether the Earth definitely curves or whether it definitely is flat. But he says no glober wants to do this. I plan to do this. I just need the right device, the GPS device. But I'm on target to do that by the end of this year.
RTK GPS, yeah, we know.
That's fine, man. Well, then, I mean, I don't want to call you a liar, sir, but you just said that no glober is going to do it, so it's up to you guys, making us look like we're. Well, I'm not a glober, I'm a baller, but regardless, baller's going to do it. Ballers do it every day. And
no GPS. Listen, GPS is nowhere near tangible.
When I do this, dude, and I show it to everybody, I'm changing my Discord name. I'm changing it to Jeremy. I'm reclaiming my name.
No, you're not. It's my name now.
You're gonna need to change your name to something else, man.
I'm reclaiming my name.
I'm happy with GPS RTK, but
yeah, it needs to be tangible, bro. This is not going to end unless we get some tangibility to this.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a verification of my tool by taking a tall building here in Austin and measuring all four corners at the base and all four corners at the top of the building and showing that those are four parallel straight lines that are all vertical.
You're going to show it because some machine told you that it was.
Because I'm going to show that the GPS is giving me exact positions, exact enough to make straight lines that we know are straight. And then I'm going to
You
use
said
it to
all the
measure
corners of the buildings are going to be parallel?
Yeah, of course. It's a building.
Up and down, parallel.
Yes.
Bro,
It's a fucking building,
that goes
dude.
against your whole globe model. They're not supposed to be. Those are hung by plumb lines. They're not supposed to be parallel, you idiot. Sorry.
Yeah. They're parallel
Sorry.
enough, dude.
Parallel enough. What's that? Some new shit you just made up? What's parallel enough mean? There's either not is parallel or isn't.
Dude, between 100 feet, what's the difference? 100 feet, that's arc
The
second.
difference is parallel or not parallel. Damn, you guys be making mad shit up. George just told me tried to make a whole bunch of shit up about Newton a minute ago. Now you're making up this parallel corners of the building thing. You're saying plumb lines are parallel. I'm sorry, I called you an idiot. That's completely silly and against your own model. Go show. Go show. Where'd you go, bro?
Hey, Chad. Ooh, and we got Crit. Hey, Crit. I just looked at my phone, y'all. Hey, Crit, I apologize. You tagged me. I didn't see it till now, dude. I have such a bad habit of doing that. Oh, yeah, I do have the Glober version of that. I posted the wrong one, actually. I did mean to post that, so thank you. You can't change my mind. Change my mind. Missed the boat on that one. So who is it that's a big deal? Chad?
Hey, Jen, you got a boyfriend now? Hello, Jen. You still there?
Sort of. What's up, man?
You're sort of still here, or you sort of have a boyfriend now?
Oh, I am so sort of not looking.
I was just curious. I haven't
But
talked to you
no.
in a long time.
Yeah, no, significant other, no.
Yeah. Are
It's
you
kind of hard
still
to be. It's hard to be social with Miley Cyrus these days, you know.
Miley Cyrus? What? Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about real Miley Cyrus for a second.
Well, that too. I mean, I think she's lost half her mind. Poor thing. Feel
And
so bad
heifer.
for her.
But yeah,
Mm.
I forgot it was Halloween.
Well, actually, technically, isn't it All Hallows Eve?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's
Technically.
Halloween.
So
Well,
what?
I think my calendar says tomorrow is Halloween.
Yeah, I know, but everybody who's celebrating is celebrating it tonight, right?
I was going to, and then I thought, well, I was going to dress up tomorrow, but then I thought, no. I didn't plan anything really in advance. There was this one, the girls in the pharmacy, they're not open on Saturdays, so they dressed up yesterday. And one lady was Maleficent. She went all out. She even had contacts and shit. The pharmacist. And then one of the other girls, she was the Queen of Hearts. And I don't remember what the other girl was, but yeah, they all planned out theirs. I didn't.
Well, you said you work at a pharmacy now?
A grocery store.
Oh, but you're saying the chick's at the pharmacy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you should hook it up. Jeremy. Damn it. I say Jeremy's addicted to opiates, so I got a
Really?
feeling. Yeah. Yeah. It's
That's a
horrible.
shame.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I used to be years ago.
Really?
Did I even tell you that?
No,
I don't
you
even
never
ever
did,
even
man.
told you that. I had a
I'm
car
sorry.
accident. No, it's all right. I had a car accident, and they kept prescribing me hydrocodones for like 2 years. I went through withdrawal and everything. It was disgusting. That was years ago. That was like 10 years ago.
You quit on your own though? Like it was trouble to
Yeah.
quit?
Yeah, I went cold turkey. Well, I woke up. I just didn't feel good. They make you feel, they fuck your body up over time. Like if you take them every day for long enough, you'll definitely start to feel it. And I started to feel it, and I was like, yo, it's these pills that are making me, that are doing this. So I just stopped taking them cold turkey. It was disgusting. Withdrawal felt like poop.
My weed guy, he's actually my buddy, but
Oh, that helped a lot, Therese. Therese helped big time.
yeah, of course. No, but my weed guy, I go over there sometimes and he smokes these pills, the blue pills, whatever, and he says it's like hydrocodone maybe and then mixed with fentanyl.
Damn!
Yeah.
That's some serious shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He smokes it.
That'll put you to the moon.
Hell yeah, it would.
Anyways, I was joking. I was just because you said you worked at a pharmacy and I was going to pick on Jeremy. I didn't mean any offense, Jeremy.
Jeremy,
But no,
what's up, dude? Is Jeremy still here, or did he go?
He's probably with his family because he was being a little quiet.
What's up, Chris?
So what's going on, dude?
Oh, and Brandon? Yeah, I don't know. I'm
along
looking
my
into
band.
it. I'm looking into it, bro. What'd you do? I can't even find WS in the list to mention him. What's his name? Begins with W, right?
Just WS. Yeah, he got super triggered this morning.
Oh wait, WS got banned?
No, he banned me. He said he's
Who's
taking
WS?
WS said he's taking over the server and going to ban all the Flat Earth trolls. Starting
Wait. Is WS a mod there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found him.
Is he supposed to be a mod, or did he like take over like sheeple style?
Yeah, that's I guess what he's doing. He somehow I guess he's got ways of banning people now. Like, you used to be able to only ban people for like
WS is cool though.
As far as I know, he was he was a mod back when Ranty had the server. So I guess Brandon kept him as a mod or whatever. So
this new guy joined the server. Something with like Thorogood or something like that. A brand new flat. Never seen the guy before, but his profile picture is an amazing beard. We were talking back and forth about just flat Earth. WS jumps in the middle of conversation, tells a guy he's got like 5 minutes to tell him his method of measuring the Earth and debunking like the globe, or he's banned. So I said, well, he'll just use my method. I'll explain my method to him. And WS is like, you don't have a method either. So I started posting screenshots where W said, yes, your method is side by side and end over end and all this other stuff. And then he says, that's it. I'm taking over the server and banning all the flat Earth trolls, starting with you. And and now some boom.
Damn.
He's probably drunk or probably fucking with you or probably.
He's a globalist. He went the final form of globalism.
He's not a globalist.
They went final form.
Hey, do you know is he the same? Is he? You know that website flatearth.ws? Do you know what that is? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is that the same? Is that the same WS?
No, I guess he's not. He said that he took that name because he wants to pay homage to the someone who is debunking all like the fake news, misinformation. I go, dude, WS, the website, isn't even making that claim. They said it's misconceptions. Flat Earthers just have a few misconceptions. He's not trying to wage war against Flat Earth. He says, here, this is what Flat Earthers have wrong. They a misconception. But WS makes it sound like it's, like he's going to take that guy's mantle and go complete into batshit crazy land. And anyone who disagrees with him is now a troll, therefore they're banned.
Yeah.
Even if you quote him back to him. If I quote him back.
Like asking Pete Shea questions. Sometimes it's like you regret asking Pete Shea a question after you asked it. But honestly, I just want an answer. That's it. So I'm asking this guy. He's not WS, but he pays
Go talk to him, dude. Just go. He's on this server too.
I'm asking. I got another question. Follow-up question. I was going to ask, what does WS stand for? And also, I thought that Flat Earth WS. I don't know anything about any other thing that person does. I just know that website is pretty good. It's got a lot of great memes and descriptions and all that kind of stuff. So I didn't know they did other shit too, but just wondering what WS stands for.
Yeah, it's a country code for Samoa or something like that.
Really? Oh, that's boring.
Yeah, I think it's the domain extension for like a country in Africa, I think maybe.
Yeah. Well, you remember fucking like 15 years ago, they made it so that you can, or maybe 20 years ago, they did it so you can buy any domain. Like you can have a dot anything. You know what I mean? Like you can be, flat earth dot whatever.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
No, there's set domains. There's a whole list of them that are like allowed. You can't just create anyone. If you want to create, like there is like a .earth and stuff like that. So there are ones that have been like approved, but you can't just make anyone up in the world you want. But you could submit one.
You can buy them. I thought they did. I thought that was a law that was a law they passed like 15 years ago. That used to be country codes and .com and stuff, and then they did like you can now buy whatever. That's why they have like .video and .porn or
Well, there's hundreds of them now, but what I'm saying is that there are ones like that, but that has to like be approved. Like you can't just make a .kosho today is what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I bet you there's a process wherever you got to pay for it. It's not as easy as making like a website like a .com, but I think at least it's still available at least. So whatever the avenue is,
No, I think to get one approved would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like if you wanted to get a .kosho, it wouldn't be easy to do. You'd have to like submit it and pay a lot of money and have lawyers and all kinds of stuff to approve it. I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's not called domain though, is it? Because I thought it was called domain, but it's called like some
top level domain.
What it's called, the top level domain?
Yeah, here, I'll send you a list of them.
Thank you, man. You know what? You always said you like, because you have like a big, I bet you at your house, you have like a smart house or something like that where you're not able to press push to talk because you're in a different room. But it's like sometimes you're like you're in a different room almost every, in between speaking a little bit. I've always like, I'm trying to like, you're the only setup that I try to imagine in my head. I can't imagine what setup Geo has. Because you can hear it from like another room, and then it's like like when people ask you questions like, Gio, is he there? I'm like, I'm about to want to tell him like, yeah, he's there, dude. He'll be there. Just give it about 10 seconds, man. He'll respond.
Well, I don't have Wi-Fi or anything wireless, so I don't have anything like that because I don't want the radiation.
What do you have then? You just have loudspeaker. You have loudspeakers or something?
Well, yeah, I've got like my like workstation set up somewhat centralized in my house so that I can have the speakers loud enough that I can hear it in most places if I'm around. And yeah, and then I just have like a microphone on, like a studio type mic, and then push to talk. So
you have a house?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to imagine. I'm not trying to like locate you or something like that. Just you try to make a mental picture of somebody. I don't know. You seem like you have like a workstation. Scott Veach, he's another dude who it takes him a while sometimes, but that's because he has a weird setup. He's got like a dumb setup with I used to do this for work where you have like a partition where you have like partition like where you have two computers basically, and you got a partition where you like your keyboard and your screens are focusing on, so he has to like switch back and forth. But he also keeps his screens facing the door. I never do that, dude. Like where your back is facing the door. I would never ever in my life do that. See, now Gio, I'm imagining like a huge house. He's got like a kitchen.
He'll be like on the left hand.
And his computer is right there in the center of everything. And it's not a regular computer desk. It's like one of those stand-up desks, like where the desk is super high and he stands up and fucking does everything. What were you saying, Chris? I heard you say something, Ben.
No, I just bumped the button to talk.
What button do you use? What's your push to talk button?
It's any key.
Any key? Did you say any key?
Yeah, but you push any key to talk.
Are you serious? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. I don't know why you would do that.
I just posted one list of those top level domains, but yeah, I mean, there's multiple lists of them, but yeah, I mean, there's only like certain that are approved through ICANN, the ACANN, which is like the organization that. So,
how do you know so much about this shit, dude?
This one actually, that's actually from ICANN. That's the actual ICANN list. It's just like a text list of all of them, but.
Yeah, how do you know so much about this?
About domains?
Yeah, how do you know so much about all this shit?
Well, I guess just looking into things and figuring out what's going on. Web design stuff.
Seems like you know about it professionally or something. Anyway, I'm still thinking about push to talk buttons. What's your push to talk button, Gio?
Well, I actually bought a little 2-button keypad that plugs in USB to my actual keyboard, So it's basically got like, it has two keys on it, sort of like mechanical keyboard keys, and then it has 3 other little buttons on it. I'm pretty happy with it actually, because I had researched it and tried to find one that. But yeah, so that's what I have. So basically, it's like a little keypad that I can move move around on my desk, and then it just plugs in USB.
So do you have a keyboard that has USB ports?
Yeah.
I need to fucking upgrade my keyboard too, dude. My problem is my girlfriend, who I'm not in a good mood with right now. I'm at her place almost all the time. I'm not even at my place anymore, and my computer's at my place. And she's such a weirdo that, like, she wants me to spend all my time with her at her place, but I can't bring my computer here, which I need to do everything on, all my work, everything. And yeah, anyway. So yeah, I don't have
Pornhub. It doesn't classify as work.
Yeah, is that right, dude? I can watch Pornhub on my phone. You fucking thoughtless.
Yeah, but not on a big screen. You're like chemo. You got to put it up on a big screen.
Why is that like chemo?
Because chemo's always talking about, let's put it on a big screen. While he's doing his show, you know what I'm talking about? You never heard him say that? He says
I miss
it all the
being
time.
buddies. I miss being buddies with chemo, man, just because he's funny, dude. We've had like a back and forth, but I think he wants to be buddies again too, man.
You guys should kiss and make up.
I tried to once, man. I DM'd him and I said, hey, man, I don't know what happened with us, but let's just let bygones be bygones and water under the bridge or whatever. And I thought like me basically reaching out to him was gonna do something. I forgot how he responded. Oh yeah, I think he responded. He said, yeah, be a better mod. I was like, what the fuck? You fucking dick face. I was like reaching out to him and shit. But recently he's been seeming like he's trying to reach out to him, like be cool or whatever.
Wow, what happened? You guys have a falling out?
Well, no, when I became a mod, like we used to be buddies. We used to like freestyle. We used to like go to my server, like by ourselves, and we would like freestyle all the time, and we would chill. And I'd have his back, he'd have my back and shit. But then when I became a mod, he just like he started treating me like he treats Scott Veach basically, which is adversarial. That's how he does things. But I don't know. Like I said, I think because I have spent less time in there recently, he's kind of backing off that. And thing is, he's really funny, dude. He's such a fucking troll, but he's probably better at being a troll than almost anybody else is. And the way that he handles Globers is probably better than anybody else too. You know what I mean? Like he can get walked over by people like me or Jem or Scott or Curved or just people who know what they're talking about, or whatever. But he's good at like people who are. He's just really good at making Globers look like. It makes me laugh at them. You know what I mean? So. It's hard to beat chemo in a conversation and argument.
Do you still hang out at Gems?
Yeah, I try to. Lately, it's mostly out of because I have a lot of allegiance to Jim and the people there. I got a lot of friends there, but for a long time, I've had a campaign of trying to. I don't have a lot of influence there as a mod. Like I'm like a lesser mod compared to other mods there, and as far as influence goes, and I have a different idea of the way that things and people should, the standards that should be allowed, and I try to bring that up a lot, and not many people listen to me. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know Jem agrees with me, but it's hard for people in the moment to control themselves. You know what I mean? So, I tell all them all the time. I think there should be a standard that should be set especially by the people who are regular, like the regular people in there, or the people who've been there longer than anybody else, should set a standard of like behavior. That way, when new people come in, or flat earthers come in, or anyone comes in, there's no chaos that is like allowed, basically, because it's kind of, I mean, it kind of happens in here like that. You know what I mean? Like you did a good job of setting a standard that people tend to abide by. So I think it'll go that way in there eventually. It's just hard because that's part of the appeal of that server, is the allowance of that kind of chaos. Honestly, I think actually I've argued for this before, but I think both you, Geo, and Jeremy should be mods over there at Gems, and probably could easily be. I think Gem would agree to it too. And I think actually at one point or another he did, but I'm not sure how I became a mod. I think I think it goes like it has to be a unanimous vote. I think, which I've never been a part of anything like that. So, but I've said, I mean, me and Scott, I think at one point or another argued for both you guys being mods, just because Gem kind of prefers flat Earth mods or whatever.
Or your boy Veach is incompetent. I'm right at this very moment trying to walk him through making a sell on the Binance Smart Chain. He's incompetent, bro. This guy's supposed to be some kind of computer number genius.
He's not incompetent, dude. He's just he just requires very direct directions. Okay.
No, I'm walking through it right now.
I know Scott Beach. Yeah, you're right. But you got to be very hyper specific about the directions you give him.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm stuck with you. I'm walking him through making a transaction right now, but he's a huge noob, so it's tough.
Yeah, don't fuck him over, man.
No, fucking him over. How?
He's a gambler, dude. He's that's all I like about Scott Beach. He's like a white bunny. You know what I mean? And like almost everything he does. And it's kind of like if you took like a little kid and like introduced him to like Las Vegas or something. You know what I mean? And so you got to be careful introducing him to.
Well, I'm trying to put him on the right path, bro. I mean, I'm making like $70 a day, $80 maybe. And he wants to do all this crazy shit, which, I mean, some of this shit sounds like a good idea, honestly. He's got me hooked on this one idea that he's got now, but beside the point. I like to play it nice and safe.
Yeah, I've been actually modeling. I was talking to him. Remember I told you I got that weed guy who smokes those weird opium pills or whatever. I was talking to him yesterday because I've been trying to model this cryptocurrency. Just this whole cryptocurrency, just like a coin or like a whatever, like a cryptocurrency. And because it started because I was thinking about like how do they even get started? Like how do you even start, some kind of cryptocurrency? But I was thinking about making a cryptocurrency that as people purchased like shares or coins or whatever, like it had a set amount at the beginning, like 1 million shares or 1 million coins. And then as people bought coins, the shares would diminish by like a multiple of the amount that they bought. So if you bought like 1,000 shares, like 3,000 shares would be there would be 3,000 less shares altogether. And so just by the fact that you're purchasing shares, shares would decrease. And so it would basically be a point where the last person could buy new shares from the initial value. So, anyways, I wrote the code already and everything. I just don't know. I just don't understand what kind of appeal it would have. But I wrote the code and did all this shit for this shit. I just, yeah, I don't know. It was like a spontaneous thought, and I think I wasted a lot of time doing that. I might just add it to the bot or something.
Oh, I almost got him through this here. Here we go. We're in home stretch reach.
Dude, why don't you just have a private call with him and walk, like,
I don't know.
like share your screen or some shit like that.
That's
The thing
probably
is,
weird.
yeah, you also suck at explaining shit, dude.
I am an excellent. I'm a professional
Moyak is the
expert
single
explainer.
person. Moyak is the one person in all of humanity I've ever heard praise you in the art of explaining things.
Absolutely.
Actually, any aspect whatsoever.
I'm a professional expert explainer.
Really?
Yeah.
You're the opposite of me when it comes to explaining.
You're the worst person at literally. You. What you were saying to me just now, right now, was projection.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Uh,
I'm not very good at explaining stuff, man. That's right.
you leave people more confused than when you first started.
Dang. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I mean, have I ever explained something or expressed something in an easy way? Because I think that if I have time to think and prepare, it turns out differently. But when I'm on the spot, I have a hard time, expressing instructions or anything really. I'll tell you what, though, I've explained a lot of things to Scott Beach, and he's gotten through it every time. It never took. I never, needed to do it a second time. So I don't know. That's real. I'm at my girlfriend's house. There's these shoes here. Look like they would fit a midget. She left, man. So I'm like at her house by myself, and I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Fucking house is infested with spiders. I just had a fucking massive spider on my fucking arm, chilling like it was normal.
Listen, one time I lived at this apartment and a baby spider nest erupted, and I had fucking a million spiders all over the house, bro. It was like arachnus. It was like a horror movie. Crazy.
That happened to me today, except for it happens all the fucking time. Like her house is in a place that was last year was country, and now they have fucking houses here. And yeah, I'm building for her a wall that she doesn't even appreciate that I'm building. That's another story. So I'm building this fucking wall, and the wood that I I obtained from however I obtained it, there was like the spiders all over it, and There was a fucking fuck. I think there was a little. I don't even know. I didn't even know they had nests. I don't know if it was nests or what the fuck it was, but yeah, there was a bunch of baby ones and teenager-sized ones and then bigger ones and shit. Like, what the fuck? It is at the point now where I'm not even afraid. I'm not even scared of spiders anymore. I've never really been that afraid of spiders. I usually try to. I spend like half hour trying to catch them and put them outside rather than killing them. But like these are like half an inch or bigger, and it's at the point now where I'm not even worried when I see one of them because I see so many of them. I don't know which ones are poisonous or what. Yeah, you ever dated somebody who acts one way normally and then acts a different way when they drink, and they also drink a lot?
It's pretty common.
That's common. Well,
Yeah, people that behave differently when they're drinking versus sober.
no. But I mean, they like so they're two different people, but also they also drink a lot. Cause I drink a lot, but I'm not two different people. Like I'm the same person regardless. I barely ever drink to get drunk, or get drunk when I drink. Regardless, I don't become a different person. But people who make different decisions, they make different choices. They I don't know, allow themselves to do different things. It's difficult. Yeah, well, my ex was like that, and I think my my current girlfriend is like that. Yeah, let's go with beach, Jeremy.
He just told me I made the worst analogy ever, and I was literally thinking that was the best analogy I've ever made. As he typed that out.
Who did it? See? See?
What's up? What did you say?
What did you say, dude? I asked you about Scott. You said something about fucking analogies.
Yeah, I gave a good analogy to Veach, like a great analogy, and he's like, "That's the worst analogy I've ever heard." And as he said, like right after he typed, right as he was typing, I was thinking that's the best analogy I've ever made.
Dude, you don't make great analogies. You are
I do.
an
You
analogy
guys,
critic.
you guys are notorious for having the worst analogies ever.
I have fantastic analogies. Okay.
You once
Brahmi
did an analogy of. Listen, you once did an analogy of gas to babies.
I still stand by that analogy, you fucker. Yeah, I remember that about the pressures in the atmosphere. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Trying to stack.
That was the worst analogy I've ever heard.
That's an amazing analogy.
No, the best analogy when it comes to like atmospheric pressure comes from Jazza, who says, well, just imagine a bunch of elephants standing on top of each other. The one at the bottom feels the most pressure. You get it?
Dude, that's exactly what I said. I said I use babies. I said, imagine you have a fucking pile of babies, right? Pile of babies a mile high. Okay? The babies at the bottom are gonna be fucking crushed and demolished, and the babies at the top are gonna be able to crawl around. They're gonna be fucking free to do whatever they want. They're gonna be fine.
Can't be real.
I think that's fine, honestly. The elephants is good, but I think the babies gives you the feel for the enormous amount of pressure. I mean, it's just a lot of. That's what it is. It's just fucking pressure.
It just gives that feeling of being a complete psychopath.
Well, I'm not the guy doing. I'm not the guy stacking babies up. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if there was this pile of babies or a pile of whatever, they could be baby elephants for all we know. There's a pile of, whatever it is.
It's that baby elephant.
You know what? Lichwink, it was Lichwink who said it the best, actually. Lichwink described feathers. I described Halloween candy a long time ago, but feathers is even better. If you have like a whole fucking room full of feathers, the feathers at the bottom are going to be fucking crushed and bent and broken and whatever. And the feathers at the top, there might even be wind that might be able to blow those feathers at the top. And that's the difference of pressure. That's what creates the pressure in the atmosphere. It's the weight of the feathers above it, or the weight of the air above it. At the bottom is gonna be so much pressure that they're fucked up, and at the top is gonna be so little pressure above it that they're able to move freely, more freely. I think babies bring it to you, though. I use the Brian Mabbott method.
Oh yeah, babies really hits home.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Because no one cares about feathers. Well, feathers is a good one too. I also like Halloween candy, like M&Ms. If you got a fucking pillowcase full of M&Ms, the M&Ms at the bottom are gonna be crushed and fucked up, and the M&Ms at the top are gonna be fucking brand new, right out the fucking machine M&Ms. And
bro, you once got fired from the M&M factory. You were working quality control. They fired you because you were throwing away all the W's.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck, go show.
Dude, come on. Was that Jerry fucking laughing at that shit? Jerry's from New Jersey. You know that?
Dude, that's an old one, man. That's old.
Yeah, no, some snaps, dude. I used to have that book, Snaps, that had all those Yo Mama jokes in it. I read all that shit, man. I read all those jokes. So I don't know which one of you guys is worse, man. Jerry from New Jersey, who's not. I mean, people from New Jersey aren't that bad, but New Jersey as a place smells bad.
Oh, Jersey's a cesspool, yeah.
Or Jeremy from upstate.
It depends on what kind of part of Jersey you're from, because I was in Jersey like a couple weeks ago, and the part I was in was actually pretty nice.
Yeah. People don't know about those nice places in Jersey, but there's actually some there's little small towns
exist, yeah.
Yeah, that are actually pretty nice.
The further south you go, the better it smells, and that's where I am.
Really? Isn't Atlantic City the further south there is?
No, like Cape May is the furthest south, like Wildwood. But
Wildwood's beautiful. I used to go to Wildwood every year.
Atlantic City is about an hour north of Cape May.
One time I went to Wildwood one year, and there was this jellyfish thing happening. The whole fucking beach was covered in jellyfish. It ruined the whole trip.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. People from upstate New York, they think vacation is going to New Jersey.
Oh, hell yeah. Wildwood's a big vacation spot, bro.
Yeah, I remember my dad told me when he was a kid, my grandpa used to take him to Virginia Beach. I was like, what the fuck? Virginia Beach, fucking New Jersey? Like, what the fuck, dude? I would not. These are not vacation spots, dude. You say you take your wife to the fucking Poconos. Yeah, me and my wife are going to Poconos, man. I'm going all out. You probably seen my grandma, dude. My grandma lives in the Poconos.
Oh yeah, bro. She was at the orgy party we had last time we went.
Yeah, maybe. My grandma has cerebral palsy, man.
She was working it. Oh, it's so bad.
When I was a kid, no joke, my grandma with cerebral palsy. I walked in on her and my fucking step grandpa, dude. I was like 4 years old or something.
How old were they?
They were my grandparents, dude. So, fuck.
At that time, so what, like maybe like 50, 60?
60, 50, I don't know, man. But he died of AIDS. Yeah, he gave her HIV, dude.
That's rough.
Coach, about 30 years ago, Sloth from the Goonies stopped making movies and started putting dick in your mom.
Oh, fuck. You're so fucking dumb. You're fucking sitting there listening to fucking rap battles and just saying some dumb shit, dude.
Oh, that came from a good one. That was a good battle, that one. That was Mac Lethal and Dirtbag Dan, I think.
That was pretty funny, man. I was writing bars earlier, man. But, my mom, it's funny enough, my mom used to love the Goonies, man.
Yeah, Sloth. She had a thing for fucking Sloth, we know.
Fuck up, dude. Come on, man. I'm trying to play this game. I'm almost at my limit. Oh, I hit my limit. $9. Boom. That's what I know, man. You don't fucking write bars, dude. You fucking say other people's bars, man. That's
Oh,
what's
yeah,
up.
bro. I got ghostwriters. My ghostwriters got ghostwriters.
Yeah, no shit, dude. You nothing on your own, man.
Don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks.
Yeah, okay, man. I was on the fucking toilet earlier writing bars, man. That's what I was doing. I write bars all the time. Dude, you know what? Me and Chemo should do because we used to do it at my server all the time, but we should have like a private rap battle. Because JJ used to come and just like fucking just watch a little bit. But we wouldn't invite a bunch of people. We would just like invite a couple people. But yeah, you should come one time. Me and Chemo should do it again. We should invite like you, JJ, maybe like one or two people or whatever. We'll do like a fucking another like rap battle. I cut myself shaving like 5 times just now.
You don't know how to shave or what?
First time.
Are you doing it with the razor, Kosho? Or it was you, Jeremy?
No, I know how to shave, bro.
I don't know how to shave with the razor. Do you?
Like a straight barber's the
Yeah.
barber. No, I would never fuck. That thing's a death trap.
I have never tried it.
Or Gillette Mach 3 or something.
Those ones are easy.
I don't even use a razor. Honestly, I use the little clipper thingies. You know what I mean?
He uses the bumpers at the bowling alley too.
I use the little Norelco shaver thing.
No, dude, I was using my fucking clippers, like my hair clippers, to trim my beard. And holy shit, hold on.
You cut yourself with the clippers, bro? What are you doing?
Really?
Don't worry about it.
It's like it's not even possible, is it?
No, it is, because sometimes you could like catch like a zit that you
That's
didn't
exactly
see.
what happened. That's exactly what happened, man.
There you go.
Good call, Jerry. I caught a fucking pimple, dude, and it cut the fucking half my face off. Oh, fucking hell, dude. I almost bought that shit at Target. It's like called like Manscaped. I don't know how it works, but it's like, you've seen the commercials where it's like, supposedly you can use them to shave your balls, and it's got like no chance of cutting you or something.
Oh yeah. But they're expensive. They're like fucking $80.
Yeah, I almost got them the other day, but I was like, fuck. I was buying shit for my girlfriend, so I was like, fuck. I might still get them, dude. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they work. It seems like it's a lot of trust. You know what I mean? It's a lot of trust. But anyway, yeah, dude, I was just shaving my beard, right? I was about to take a shower, and my girlfriend was gone, so I was like pissed off. And I had my fucking shorts down. I had my underwear down a little bit, and was shaving my face. And then she fucking comes walking across, dude. Just saw me all. How do I say this? I don't know. I felt a little emasculated, a little bit. I gotta take a shower now and kind of put on my.
Why are you emasculated? Because you walk around with your dick in her purse?
No, dude. My ass was hanging out. My ass was out. Because I was about to take a shower, so about to take my shorts off. I had them down. I don't know why my ass. I honestly don't know why my ass was down. I really should have just kept my shorts up. I think it's because I was shaving, and I was like, I shouldn't have my clothes on while I'm shaving. Well, anyway, I don't know, man. I gotta get washed up now. I gotta fix this. I'll be back.
Ese pendejo. Bye. Why is Gio? I don't see the appealing of being typing on chat. I like doing these arguments on chat.
Oh, there's no point. Nothing even gets read. People don't even read the stuff. They just type their own points, and it's like voice chat. Like,
right?
We're just waiting for you to stop talking so they can say their thing. Nobody's actually listening.
How do we solve this problem, Jeremy?
So you're asking me, how do we make people listen?
Mm.
I don't know, bro. What do you do?
I think the best way we could get to an agreement if people go out in the field and do live testing on their on their assumptions, presuppositions, their tests, their claims.
Yeah.
You know,
There's only one test that's going to end this, bro.
which is
A measurement of curving water or flat water.
to me, I mean, I don't know why they don't have like cameras pointing out from the moon to the earth.
But would that do it though?
Fucking
You,
awesome.
you think
To
they
me,
couldn't
yeah.
fake that? You think
Yeah,
they
I mean,
couldn't fake that?
if you can see, do I think they can fake that?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because
right.
today, with the technology that we have, that means that we can point to the moon with like powerful lasers and stuff, and you can see it live,
All right. So
right?
let's say they had. All right. So let's say they had a whole bunch of satellite or not satellites. Sorry. Let's say they had a whole bunch of high altitude weather balloons all taking cameras that covered the whole Earth. You know, your whole country has these balloons over it, and they have real time video of it that they send to a computer that shrinks everything down, puts it all together. So within seconds, you now have what appears to be an image from way farther away, but and you can see it all in real time. So if you shine a laser, you're going to see the laser because they're recording it just in small bits and then putting it together after.
I mean, you're right, but I, I see it really hard to make it happen, you know, because it's gonna be so many variables. But yeah, I guess it's doable. Sure.
I mean, I
And
don't think it's impossible to fake that.
I don't either. No, not at all. Not with the technology we have today.
That's what I mean. We could definitely shine a laser, or they could spot a forest fire. We could be like, "Oh, look, there's a forest fire. Let's check the thing
You
to see
mean
if
like
it's there."
a grid of cameras, right, on the hot air balloons, and then they conform those what the cameras are capturing into a sphere, and well, then you're gonna be able to see it, right?
And just say this is from the moon. Yeah.
I
Just be
mean,
like,
but
look, it's from the moon.
holy shit, I don't know.
I used to think the same way you thought. Or thinking right now. Like if they only had this camera on the moon, and that would prove it because we could shine a laser or something. We could start a fire. You know, there'd be a forest fire somewhere or something. But I mean, it's just video. They can manipulate it, and
That was funny. We can start a fire.
well, I mean, there's just fires burn. You know, we could see a volcano go out. Like you'd be able to see things happening in near real time. They say there's a delay, and the delay might be a real delay, or it might just be them, all having some automatic system where they crop all this video together and give you one video and say,
Isn't
look,
that what they claim with the Homowari? Or what is the name of that thing? Homowari?
yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're gonna go off that, then the Himawari is up. I'm telling you, the
Yeah,
camera
but
on
you
the moon
cannot shoot a
thing.
laser to the Himawari, so I don't think it's the same.
Yeah, you could shoot the Himawari caught the forest fires in Australia. You could shine a laser to it. Why not? It should pick up a couple lasers, maybe get a couple people together with green or blue lasers or something, put them all together. Especially at night or on a clear day or something. I don't know, but you should definitely be able to see it.
The thing you got to do, you got to ask Globers who come here and they argue every day and they post their little memes. You got to ask them what would be proof enough for them to where they don't even come here anymore. That would be the ultimate.
Yeah. Well, it's all claims, right? Every single day. That's all we hear, all we get. And I mean, I can admit that we do the same. So I don't know. Gets tiresome not to be able to.
It's getting tiresome.
To move the conversation forward.
That's what I mean. We need to do something to end this. We need to take a measurement of static water and see if it's curving or not. Nothing else is going to end this, bro. I don't even think that might not even end it because the Glovers will just say, your line's not straight. They'll say, oh, if it's off by a little tiny bit, a micron, you wouldn't, by the end, it would make it look like it's, it would curve it. essentially. So you'd have to make multiple straight lines in one spot so that you could compare them to all the other straight lines. You'd have to do GPS. You'd have to do a theodolite, auto level, some kind of couple physical things, something like you'd have to do it multiple ways in the same spot. I would even use GPS and any way you could think of to make a straight line.
Yeah.
I would use them just one spot.
Me, I'm doing the test,
A
right,
laser.
Jeremy?
What's up?
I'm doing that test with the weights. I bought a barometer with the altimeter, so to check the pressure and the altitude of each place I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, that's and then what? What if it is like they say? Does that mean that Earth is rotating and it's gravity like
No, I would
know?
say it's more in the in the magnetism. I will point out more on the magnetism or electrofield to me.
Something. That's what I mean. Like they have causes to effects that they can't prove. Listen, the only thing that's gonna end this is curving water or not. That's what it boils down to, bro. Just the one thing we could check. Like and know for sure. Like with this weights thing, you're never gonna know. It could be electromagnetism. It could be
I
this
agree,
or
but
that.
I want to see it. I want to see it if it actually there's a difference on the weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I doubt they're wrong. They could be wrong on it. I doubt they are, but they could be, and that would be huge if you were to expose that. So,
well, yeah. If I'm able to account for the most variables I can, and then I don't see any deviation, then that means that nobody in their whole fucking field has done actually a proper test of this.
bro, what you do is you get a fucking plane flight, bro, from as far north as you can go to as far south as you can go, straight across the equator, and you should just video the scale. Like you want to take a nonstop flight, a direct flight, straight up direct flight from like
That's all you gotta
Alaska.
do.
Take a direct flight from Alaska to like South America, as far South America as you can go, and you should be able to watch the scale. You know, you have your little table tray. You set the scale down, you put your weight on it, and you should just be able to watch it just move as time goes on.
That's true.
That's the way you do it. You like, because that way the pressure is going to be the same the whole time. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to worry about it. There's not as many variables.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. The problem is they don't allow you to do any of this stuff in the airplanes, right?
You could have a scale. You could set a scale down on your table tray.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there'd be anything wrong with that. And then just record it the whole time. If you have a good enough scale, you know, you should be able to watch it move. You would see it. In fact, not only could you watch it move, it should move two ways because you're gonna start in Alaska or something, right? And then you're gonna go past the equator, so it should change as it gets near the equator. Then it should start changing the other way as you get farther. Once you go over the equator and start going south, it should start changing the other way. So it'd be pretty clear on the plane if this was happening. I would like to think. I mean, all you need is a direct flight, nonstop. Direct flight. There's nonstop and direct flights. They're two different things. You need one that doesn't land in between. I don't know which one's which, but there's one that doesn't land. It goes from your city you take off into the city you land in. You don't make no layovers or nothing. That's the flight you need. That's gonna be an expensive fucking flight, bro.
Yeah.
Like real, like I don't know. It's gonna be a few $100 at least. Especially for the nonstop direct factor.
Again, there's many ways we can be doing this stuff. Bro, if I will have a lot of money and like, you know, I have family and they depend on me, there's not much I can do about it. I gotta work.
How much does your scale? How many digits? How many digits past the decimal point does your scale go?
Well, it's only the maximum weight they can hold is 100 grams.
No, what's the minimum? What's the minimum? Maybe that's the
0.01 is
0.01 grams.
Yeah, 0.01 grams.
Okay, so
That's
is that enough mathematically for the globe, or?
Oh yeah, of course. If you needed a more precise thing, Jeremy, it would, because this thing, if you breathe and you breathe into the scale, it reads that, it records that.
What'd you say the max was again? You can have on there.
Say again?
What was the maximum amount of weight?
The maximum weight that I can put in there?
Yeah.
Is 100 grams.
So this is percentage based, right? This movement thing, like it's going to move a certain percent from the equator to Alaska.
No, it's supposed to be no percentage. It's gonna see. I asked them for the calculations. None of them have given to me.
Really?
Really? The
Well, we got to get on that, bro.
Well, that settles it. I mean,
What do you mean? I thought that was the easy part. They didn't get
BioDuo. I've been asking, and then what? Not Arma. The other guy. The other guy from Brazil. I got
we want the math on this, bro. I don't even know math, but I got math guys that will figure this out. So I mean, we need to get the math from these guys for this.
Oh, Bacon. Bacon is the other one.
Oh, I'm pressing them on this one. This is a full court press right here. I want the math for that right now.
Yeah, I can give you the trip that I'm taking every time. It's from Laredo, Texas to Michigan, and I
Bro,
take
you gotta
35.
do this on a plane, bro.
Oh, on a plane?
You gotta do this on a plane, dude.
Damn.
At least from the equator, you gotta at least go from the equator. It'd be better if you went all the way, but you gotta at least go from like the equator to like Alaska, or the equator to Argentina or something. Like something. Then you could just watch it move, bro. I don't know if 0.01 grams is enough if you only have like 99 grams or 90 grams
Not
on there.
0.1. It's 0.01.
That's what I meant. I meant to say 0.01.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really, really precise though. It tells you cannot actually put it like in.
Oh, that's 100th of a gram. Yeah, I mean that's pretty fucking precise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called weight grams. So.
How much was the scale?
About $35.
That's
I
it?
saw one. Yeah.
Would you buy that at the weed store?
No, I bought it in Amazon.
That's ugly.
I have another one in that I want to buy. If they come up and say that it's not precise enough, I'm gonna buy one that is about $100. But I mean, I don't want to do it too. Either way, Jeremy, when I ask if I don't get a different weight, a different number, right? They say that I was gonna be doing it wrong. So they're already, you know.
Well, you should bring up their thing, because I mean we're looking to do something, bro. I don't know. I don't agree to this. I think this is a terrible idea. But especially if we're all going to pitch in on something. But I mean, if you get the math from them, you know, maybe we'll pitch in for a flight or something from at least the equator to Alaska or somewhere as far up north as we can go.
I'll pitch some money, yeah, for whoever
That's what I
wants
mean.
to.
Yeah, well, I'll pitch in $10 or something. You get yourself a plane flight
I'll
from
give $100,
Hawaii.
bro. I mean, fuck it. Just want it to be
I mean,
recorded and everything.
if it was something good, I'd throw in more. But I don't even really like this. I'm not against it, and I would pitch in a few bucks for it. But
hand in those shekels, fam.
What up, Lemon?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Lemons? Good day.
Also, what up, Grim? Grim's here too.
Grim, hey.
We didn't acknowledge his presence at all. I felt bad after I said hi to Lemon and not him.
The EU universe up in here over the flat motionless plane.
It is. Indeed.
Grim's the plasmoid professional.
He still holds to the globe, though. We gotta disabuse him of that belief.
You're ether, right?
Electromagnetic ether, yeah.
All right.
Basically, the substance of space is some sort of electric flowing substance that gives you fields and waves and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that the things fall because there's a bias downward?
I think that the medium that it's in, the ether, decides what goes up, down, or floats. I think the flow of this substance in and out of the earth might lead to some uppity, downity, or floatity. But I think the main source of the force is space, and I think they already say that with space-time curvature making space curve, at least conceptually. But Tesla said vacuums don't curve. So for that to make any sense, it would have to be a substance that can bend, curve, and have a shape.
Don't you think? Be honest, Lemons. Don't you think that the ether argument falls into the same category as gravity, though?
In what way?
In the way that we cannot apply the scientific.
Gravity doesn't appear to be based on a substance. Ether appears to be based on a substance, and that space cannot be a nothing. So it appears to be a slightly different experimental framework. Why would you say that gravity and the ether are the same?
Because we cannot put them to the test.
Well, science is full of concepts that can't necessarily be put to the test directly. Case in point, what's energy? What's the shape of energy? What's the color of energy? But we speak very intelligibly about energy as if it is almost a thing.
But we can manipulate energy, right?
That's something else, but we speak intelligibly about these things nonetheless. The ether would be a sensible framework that accepts that space can't be nothing. It has to be something of some sort of quality of substance, at least conceptually.
Can we manipulate ether? Energy?
You can see some of its subtle effects.
No, energy. Can we manipulate energy? Yeah.
Philosophically, I guess so, but as far as I can tell, you don't have a jar of energy. Its existence is inferred, so you can talk about what, if anything, is transferred from object to object upon collision, or what, if anything, allows an object to grow, develop, change, or move.
Yeah, but you can actually see it or feel it, right? If you put energy into your body in the manner of electricity, you're gonna feel it running through your body.
Fair enough. It does appear to have some sort of, somethingness to it. But could we put energy in a jar beyond the conceptual level? That's a little questionable.
No, I'll concede that. No, we cannot.
So ether as a experimental framework, whether it can be put in a jar, seen, or whatever, would be like gravity, an experimental framework that is inferred. But ether as a framework makes a whole lot more sense. Or at the very least, space as a something substance that flows in and around objects like you and me.
See, right there, Lemons. That's an honest opinion. There you go. That's what I want. Because to me, I'm more on board on the electrostatic thing. But I don't like it when you say ether is provable or exists, when to me it's in the same category that we cannot actually manipulate it or do anything with it, right? It's just we can infer based on other things, which is the same with gravity. What they do with gravity. I'm sorry, what they do
And
with gravity.
we have to check the quality of the inference. Can something else be inferred? That's why I often refer to the interferometer experiments, where light is passed through the interferometer, split into two different directions, and comes back out of phase despite going down two paths that are nominally the same length in the interferometer, like one and or both rays of light that have been split have slowed down for some reason, like they've gone up against some sort of trickly, fudgy substance or the substance of space. Otherwise, if that experimental framework that's being inferred, that light is coming up against some substance that's slowing it down, is wrong, well, then what other inferred experimental framework explains why this split light that's recombined is coming out of phase? Because light comes back out of phase if one and or both of the rays are slowed down in the current experimental framework. Otherwise, if they were at the same speed and unimpeded, they should come back together in phase with no interference pattern. So if there's no other way to infer what the hell is going on with this thing, then, you know, somebody else is going to need to present a sensible framework.
Yeah, but don't you think you guys are doing the same as they are doing? They see an effect, they build a story based on that effect, and nobody can actually manipulate the cause of such effect, and that's where I have a problem with the
Well,
ether.
I mean, the question is, do we need to manipulate everything, or can we infer what's going on? Sometimes inference is needed to guide an experiment, at least initially, until we can figure out what, if anything, is going on, if possible.
Well, Lemons,
Manipulating
if you're
what was that?
Lemons, if you're gonna ask the other side to prove or demonstrate their claim of the cause of effect, then you gotta hold yourself to the same standard, I would say.
Well, the same standard, yes, but we don't ask people to present gravity as a substance. We ask them basically, is this the best framework that we can infer? Can we infer something else? Uppity, downity, or floatity being charged, being buoyancy or something else. So the nature of the claim that we're asking to be proved is totally different. We're not asking for a substance to be put in a jar and presented for color, quality, or being able to be tangibly touched. So the nature of the claim isn't even the same. Gravity appears to be able to be explained with charge, with the substance of space, with buoyancy, density. It just doesn't appear to be a consistent framework. So if we're asking for a framework, sure, but we're not asking for a substance. That's not what's being asked for.
Well, I don't know, Lemons. I mean, I think it's the same.
Well,
I mean, I hear you, but I still.
I hear you too, but the thing is, for us to go forward in an experiment and figure out what the hell's going on, at the very least, starting out, we need a framework. Say space is or isn't a substance, fine, but you need to go forward with some sort of framework that allows you to.
I agree, but why not? Okay, if we're gonna start with a framework, why
I hear you both.
Why is ether better than bending of space time?
Because they sound like the same thing. If space-time, the substance of space, is bending, it sounds like it's a substance like an ether. They sound like more or less the same thing, just with different words. And ether is much more sensible. It was accepted for thousands of years. And with ether, we can go back to their philosophy, their experimental framework in ancient times, and their treatises on what, if anything, ether was, and open up a wealth of more investigation.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's true. Yeah, ether, you can actually hear it in games and stuff like that. And like old culture, they had that.
What were you saying, Graham?
I don't know. I got a lot of noise.
I guess in a way we're dealing with experimental frameworks. I'm not talking about a substance you can hold, but it does look like you can see some of the indirect effects of whatever this thing is that we're reasoning back to. When you have a vacuum, is there nothing in the vacuum? Is there air left over, one atom left over, ether left over, Casimir effect, zero point field left over? What's in the vacuum? Is space nothing? Is space something? Is it a substance that flows? Is it nothing? Is it what is space around objects like you and me anyway? These questions,
Dark
even
matter.
well, I mean, it looks like they keep on returning
Yeah, I'm
conceptually.
mocking. I'm mocking. Sorry, Lemon. Yeah.
Well, they keep on returning conceptually back to the same thing, where on some level they're endowed with a somethingness and properties. So, based off of their activity, they're acting a whole lot like they think space is some sort of something.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's fully true, okay, fine. But science does adopt a framework, at least initially, to allow exploration. Science says something like, okay, we don't know what this thing is now, we may never know. But we need a framework that allows us to go forward, experiment, and try to figure out. Something like that would be an ether or whatever.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, Lemons.
No fucking way. Bro, those bots. Not even worth playing, dude. So what's going on in here? Were you winning? Are we winning the fight against deception? Awesome. Sounds great. Sounds like we're winning. Keep up the good work.
Hey, Jew, is still cooking around?
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yo, what's up, Jerry?
What's going on, man? It's been dead in here for a few days.
Yeah, well, it does seem to be a little bit less of a action lately. Yeah, a little bit less numbers in the VC.
Is there something going on, or just that's just the way it is?
Nothing that I'm aware of. No, I mean nothing out, in particular. Do you have any thoughts as to that, or is there anything different?
No, not really. I kind of have like a separate thought.
There you go.
There was just thanks for reminding me. There was just two of us in here, and Jared and I were just talking for a second. But yeah.
Yep. Lovely. Is light water a glober or a fluff? How about you think of a nice insult for globe believers, and then you can sort of not have that warning system for the word fluff in the text.
I've got a couple of globe ones in there too. I have globetard on there.
Okay, I'm happy to be called the globetard.
I just don't think there's a need. I don't think there's a need for any of it, man. I mean, I think the state of the world is so intense. I mean, the lies are deep. I think this is a deep quest for a lot of people, in no matter what. And I used to be more mind blown that anyone could really still believe the globe after all of this. However, as I've thought more about it, it's like, yeah, some people are limited as to what they've looked into on one level. And of course, there's more limited information now in terms of people's journeys. And the deception's pretty decent, I guess. The globe earth one, I don't know. It seems pretty easy to crack, but I think a lot of people are still. I mean, it's easy for me. It's easy for me. It's easy for a lot of people, but maybe for others.
It's kind of like you either get it right off the bat, or you're like, you're never going to get it.
Kind of, yeah. Like with what's available now in terms of all information. Yeah, exactly. Like people either pretty quickly are like, yeah, like on that side, or they might just be invariably on the fence, or they go like hardcore defending the globe. But the ones who go hardcore defending the globe are a very small percentage. They just happen to be the ones that are here every day trying to
playing Space Invaders while talking to us.
You got headphones? Yeah. Because we're hearing feedback.
Yeah, that's because I keep talking like an asshole when he's talking.
Oh no, if Gio had headphones, then it wouldn't.
Yeah, he's pushed to talk, so it's my bad.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a globus perspective, right? But I see you guys as incapable of doing simple geometry and trigonometry, and that's for me. That's it. Like I don't understand how you.
But see, the deception doesn't lie within the math. Even like what we see doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter what the math is. Does that make any sense to you?
No, because the math.
Okay,
like, I'm saying.
Well, let me tell you, like it has to do with history. It has to do with the people that are in charge. It has to do with a chain of historical events. It has to do with what we see not necessarily making sense when you look at it critically. Like I'm talking about just what you see. You don't need math for that. Like it would be good to maybe have a reference, have a kind of an idea of what maybe the claim is. But if anyone is left to their own devices, it doesn't check out as a globe. And when they ask those very basic questions, like why is the ground a ball in the sky? It doesn't check out under any circumstance. You have to be conditioned to eat this food. It doesn't taste good the first time, and it never really tastes good. That's all you're served. It's all you know. It's the feed.
But you're sounding very conspiratorial rather than
because sir, it is.
About the shape.
It actually is. That's what you guys don't understand. You look at everything scientifically, but you don't actually look at the goons pulling it off.
Yeah, but you're only coming.
Yeah. You're not going to respond to what I said, right? You do not consider the goons that are pulling it off. They tell their story. No, you don't understand, man. Like they drop hints. They're always trying to condition you. They tell their story along the way. It's historical. All you have to do is look at it with a different lens. And then it's like, oh, of course, that's exactly what they would do.
A conspiratorial lens. That's my point. Is that you're not coming at it from a let's have an investigation as to what the shape is.
No, you don't understand.
For a conspiracy.
No, I'm saying you can figure out the Earth is a different shape, okay? Knowing just some basic things about the model. And just paying attention to reality. But when you look into it further, it all checks out, man. It really does. Maybe you need more math. Maybe you need more maps. but we have everything else.
Interesting. You see how you're coming at it? Yeah, you're coming.
We
at
have
it from
everything
it's
else.
I'm halfway through a sentence, dude. All right, you're coming at it from a conspiratorial mindset. I'm coming at it as a let's investigate the shape of the Earth mindset.
Well, then you're doing a bad job. How much history research have you done?
You're a conspiracy theorist, and that's why you think the Earth's flat.
Then you're just not going to see it, man. You're not. If you're going to deny that there are people actually working together to make their lives so much easier than ours.
Sure.
While worshiping a different God and having a different set of values. If you're going to deny that, then you don't even need flat Earth to be mistaken. You're just fucking wrong.
No, I know what the shape of the Earth is. It's not a conspiracy.
Then go away. We don't need you.
How about you go away? Okay.
Look, if I don't like golf, I don't go to golf servers and say, fuck your golf.
Exactly, Ruhif. Exactly.
So fuck off, please.
All right, you're going to kick me off the server.
Go to your golf server.
Well, hang on. I don't co-sign on.
Are you going to kick all over?
I just wanted to say it. Okay, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I just wanted to say it.
I don't co-sign on. I don't co-sign on that part. You don't have to f off. I mean,
it's the sentiment that counts.
Don't want us here. If you guys truly don't want us here, then you can just tell us to fuck off and kick us out.
Dude, the stuff that makes your model true, nothing is observed. None of it. I don't see shit floating around.
Let's talk about that rather than just this.
I don't see shit floating around. There's no reason the ground is the sky. There's no reason.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, hold on. We can get into it. Yeah, let's get into a topic. But let me just say real quick, just to end on that last little thing. Ruhif, the way I see it is, okay, to me, I mean, the name of the server, Earth Awakenings, maybe people see that in different ways, what that means to them and so on. But there is a fine line between, I mean, I'm not wanting to suppress globe earthers or anything. I think that the conversation is great. I think that actually, as there's more and more audience in time, they want to hear both sides. Meaning, if somebody they believe the globe, they may want to hear different arguments and different sides so they can come to their own conclusions. So I'm not against that, but there is a sort of lineage of some of the globe earthers who have, like, kind of more Riggs is saying, they have like hate, they have aggression. They're like the KKK of the globe earth. You know what I mean? Like they hate flat earthers, as it were. People refer to anti-flat earthers, whatever it is. And I'm not even calling myself a flat earther. I'm just using that term. So there are people that have like this hate and this aggression, and then they come here to just tell us we're wrong and force us into their viewpoint and maybe laugh at us. And you know what I mean? And that can happen on both sides. I realize there's people on all different sides that do that. But that you can see how that in a way is just not productive to the actual process of the discussion and people being able to come to their own conclusion and go through their own awakening, whatever that may be.
Yeah. So I admit that I kind of use flat Earth sometimes to get rid of, like, to vent frustration that I'm having in my personal life with my kids and my wife or whatever, right? And I'll come in hot that day, and I'll get fucking muted or whatever, and then it's some days I come in here genuinely trying to have constructive discussions. All right, it serves its purpose for me. All right. Sorry, what I wanted to say a minute ago when you said what was it? Do you think there is any flat earther that is not also a 9/11 truther or is not some conspiracy theorist in general?
Well, I mean, the answer to that, I would say, is that
probably biblical people. There's a couple biblical people that maybe don't have much research. Like, this is maybe the first.
So I'll add a second category then. So religious flat earthers or conspiracy theorist flat earthers.
Yeah, but it's more than that, Ruhif. It's the fact that people come to these different truths in different ways. Some people might start on moon landing and they end at the shape of the earth. Some people start at the Bible and they go right to the shape of the earth and they don't go to 9/11. Some people go to 9/11, then they go to the moon, then they go. But the thing is that it is a package, in my viewpoint. It all comes together. I mean, the shape of the earth, the NASA thing, the moon landing, 9/11 not necessarily directly related to the shape of the Earth, but it is related to the people in control and in power and what they're doing and what they can pull off, and the media hoaxing and how they made that whole psyop. And it's connected to psyop. So I think for a lot of people, as they start to open up to a lot of these different truths, they see how they're all connected. And it clicks in their minds like, oh, okay, of course 9/11, the moon landing fake is F, the Earth is not a globe. Like, because the people doing all those things, they are a group of people. So it's like once you crack the code, it's like figuring out a magician's trick. And then once you figure out their trick, you're like, oh, okay, now I see how they're doing that one. I see how they're doing that one. You see how they're doing a lot of the tricks.
Yeah, not to say that we're like auto hoaxing, okay? But when you consider something that you never considered before and you look at it with new eyes, we definitely can see the deception right away. Especially with like the old timers who have done other research and know who these people are.
Say to you that
It all
every
checks
flat
out,
earther
man.
is either
It all checks
either a
out.
conspiracy theorist or deeply religious. I mean,
Well,
who is
either
there a
we're a
flat earther
conspiracy
out there?
theorist or there are a ton of coincidences to the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, but is there a flat earther then that is not a conspiracy theorist and not deeply religious? I would love to speak to someone like that.
Oh, I'm not religious at all. I think religion's
Yeah, you're a
dangerous.
conspiracy theorist, right?
No, I'm not.
No, it was 9/11 inside job. Or,
Ruhif, it sounds
was
like you're
9/11
trying to, well, Ruhif, you're trying to loop a term called conspiracy theorist, which the CIA released in the 1960s. You're playing right into their trap. You're trying to use that term as if it means something. I mean, okay, there are conspiracies. Of course there are. All that means is that people are doing something with some kind of a nefarious nature. So that's just a word. And a theory is, I suppose, one could speculate, because unless you have cold, hard physical proof of some of these things, like where, that you were at the stage set for the moon landing, I guess you could call it that. But really, that's just, it sounds like you're just trying to loop people into that. What I would say is that people who are thinking,
I am using it in the pejorative sense, yes.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people that are thinking of these things, in my mind, they're free thinking, they're inquisitive, they're honest, they're truthful, they're insightful to look at things and see the fakery behind it. So it's not really a conspiracy theorist. To me, it's more of a realist and somebody who's willing to look into the face of things directly and to consider all possibilities instead of just having some preconceived bias.
Yeah, I see contrarians and denialists, basically.
Like you.
I mean,
hey, Merle.
Yeah, man, that's projection.
9/11 and the moon landing. I mean, dude, like Ruhif, if you can't see holes in those, like, I'm not trying to like take a hit at you, but I'm just saying, like, wow. I mean, you don't have to be much of a theorist of any way to look at those and be like, wow, that doesn't line up. That doesn't line. I mean, it's just like the list is.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that you have the critical mind necessary for this kind of work.
My brother-in-law was a 9/11 truther, and this has gone back 7 or 8 years or something now. And I said to him, like, give me like the top three. Give me the top 3 reasons why I think 9/11 was, faked or whatever, blah, blah. And what was the one? He gave me something about some F-16s being scrambled from some base, and I forget the actual fucking thing, but it was about the timing of it. And I researched it and I presented it to him and showed, no, this matches exactly to what they're saying. And he believed me. He actually understood that what I was presenting to him disproved this conspiracy theory, this little individual part of that conspiracy theory. So it can
maybe
be
he
done.
just agreed with you, so you'd shut up about it.
I don't know. He definitely no.
But Ruben, let me ask you this.
I know him. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Let's just take for a minute the moon landing. How much have you personally researched the moon landing on both sides, meaning that it was real?
Fuck all. Yeah.
That it was real and that it was fake. How much would you say in total you've researched the topic?
Yeah, close to 0. My position on the moon landing is that I know it's possible to do it.
No, you don't.
Okay, because for myself, when I first started looking at the moon landing, it was like 2004, 2005. I basically spent at least like 2 to 3 months where I had a couple extra hours every day. I was like 2 to 3 months of like every day looking into it. And then since then, additional hundreds, if not thousands of hours. I'm not trying to say that I'm like high, better than you in knowledge or anything like that. I'm just saying that for me, I researched both sides of it. So I read everything that was about how it's true. all the official everything, as much as I could. I mean, obviously not everything, but a lot of stuff. And then I looked at everything into people saying that it was not true and reasons why they thought that. And I looked at both of those, with a open mind, but also with a very, critical mind as well, and came to my conclusion. So it's interesting that you're trying to call me a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, but in reality, I've actually researched it in depth on both sides. Whereas what you're saying is that you just believe it because you think it might be possible.
No, I know it's possible.
No, you
And
don't.
therefore, I think, well, yes, I do.
You can't know it's possible.
Yes.
No.
It is possible to send a rocket to the moon.
Buildings just collapse in on themselves regularly.
What?
Yeah, I think he was talking about the moon landing.
Yeah, moon landing. I know it's possible to send a rocket into space and get it to the moon.
Just making a point.
They're really good at it.
Whether they actually went to the moon, I do believe it, but I'm not going to sort of have an argument about it because I haven't researched it.
Okay, I was a big MoonCon hoaxer and a 9/11.
I'm about to have a child in here, I think.
Well, the point is though, Ruhif, you're trying
to have a child.
You're trying to label people as
child
quote
into the
unquote.
room.
You're trying to make some label like, oh, you guys are conspiracy theorists. That's why you think the Earth is flat. But in reality, the way we're actually talking about it, we're talking about having researched it. We're talking about the actual information as to why we came to our conclusions. And then you're saying that you're mostly just believing things.
Yeah, because you would say exactly the same thing about flat Earth.
No, fuck Ruhif.
Fuck, Merle, fuck.
Jesus.
Going to the moon and the Earth are different things, right?
Oh, yeah, I agree they are different things, yes. Like,
I've
flat Earth
never-
is so much more easier to sort of, disprove flat Earth.
I never thought we went to the moon. Like it just from the moment I heard about it, I just was like, that's a joke.
Because it doesn't make sense, right?
Well,
Well, you have
why
to
would
be-
it make sense?
Exactly.
If
How
you're
could
a
it
flat
make
Earther,
sense?
you're also a moon landing denier, right?
Exactly.
If you're a flat Earther, you have to deny moon landings.
All of them are
That's kind of
hoaxes.
pointless. Yeah.
Wait, you talking to me?
Everything's a hoax. Hang on. If I duck
No,
out,
yeah.
it's because my daughter's come in the room, by the way. I can hear her fucking
Dude,
stomping around.
nobody lands anywhere outside of here. You guys are silly.
Yes.
Gotta grow up from that fantasy bullshit.
Yeah.
If we went outside of here, it'd be the most displayed thing, the most fucking thing that they would record over and over and over.
But
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just not true, guys.
Okay. Thanks. Also, the Earth's a globe.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Einstein did. What the hell was his name? The guy didn't suicide. What the hell was his name?
Epstein.
Epstein.
I guess my main point, Ruhif, is that it seemed like instead of actually talking about is the moon landing real or fake, or is the Earth this or that, it just seems like you're trying to make some kind of a slander by lumping people like, into some kind of conspiracy theorist label. That's the part that's not.
Yeah. There's a huge amount of overlap between, Sandy Hook people and all these conspiracies, right?
Narcissists don't kill themselves.
You could test this right now, Ruhif, by just of a poll of people in the room, go, which of these do you believe in, and go yes, no. Because I think I
It's
agree
hard
with
because
you.
I
I
don't
think
think
that
of 9/11. Yeah.
No, I could go 9/11, moon landing, Sandy Hook, is stuff to do with the thing we're not allowed to talk about. No, not allowed to talk about it, but stuff to do with that. I'm trying to think of other ones, but I'm sure that if we spent a bit of time, we could come up with at least 20. And provided they aren't Area 51, things that are mutually exclusive with Flat Earth, you would find that the person has ticked every box. And like my talk with Ranty, I think you would find many went along a similar path as well, which is they didn't go from believing in zero conspiracies and being atheists to suddenly the very next day going, oh, I think the Earth's flat. It's a journey.
I know conspiracy theorists, though, who don't believe in flat Earth.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, I think flat Earth is the final pill. Dawn's a good example of somebody who's swallowed every other pill.
Hang on. You want to say good night?
Which Dawn?
No.
Good night, buddy.
All right. Good night. See you guys.
Good
You're
night.
talking about Treader, man,
All right,
but
see you,
like,
mate.
dude,
Treader.
that's
Treader.
what's weird, bro. Is you got to be like,
I only heard half.
it's
of
so,
that, Don. That's what's
it's
weird
so.
about that.
Who believes flat Earth? Like, it's a different thing to be like, yo, I'm interested in all these other conspiracy theories, and so maybe flat Earth, right? But you might be true, like if someone's like, I definitely know flat Earth, so of course I have to have all these other conspiracies along with it. I think there's a couple of different molds. Like, I can't group myself in all this. And the other dude in here, Riggs, too, man, I don't get straight answers from you all the time, but I feel like me and him are like very similar, dude. He's just, Riggs, you just don't believe all the space shit is what it seems like for me. The same shit.
I mean, like, I don't know where you sit on it, but Riggs and I, you and I have had chats, Riggs, right? Like, you think that JFK's not dead. We also had a chat the other night about Diana. Like, of the conspiracies, okay, so let's put it this way. Aside from mutually exclusive ones, in which way, on which topic that there is a conspiracy, do you lean towards the mainstream narrative? For anybody, this is not just for Riggs.
Probably just the ones that everybody can agree with, like how they they'll rig protesters and strike riots and stuff, and then record it. Like, just they're not necessarily fake events, but they're orchestrated.
So I think I.
And then the people who,
well,
no,
So
I'm just saying, like, those are like conspiracies, right? They are.
What I'm saying.
I want to give you one.
Of the ones that are conspiracy, like of a common narrative.
I got one for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, it's common narrative of you have Republicans and Democrats. The conspiracy theory is they're all working. Right.
I don't know.
The conspiracy is they're all working together, right? They're all
sure.
They're secretly okay. This one right here, think about it. The fucking Republican Trump signed the fucking $2 trillion, was giving away money like he was a fucking Democrat. I mean, think about it. They're all in fucking cahoots together, dude. It's obvious. It's fucking obvious, bro.
So that sounds like that's siding with the conspiracy that they're all in cahoots. What I'm saying is, like, on a topic upon which there is a mainstream narrative and there is also a sort of, reasonable number of people who believe in a conspiracy, aside from conspiracies like Area 51 and alien visitation and stuff that is mutually exclusive with Flat Earth, you couldn't possibly believe both at the same time. Are there any that any of y'all in the room go, yes, I believe in Flat Earth, but I also believe that Diana died in a car crash? Rather than an orchestrated plot by MI6 or something.
Who knows, man? I mean, everybody's different. I think everyone has their own journey. Some people have looked into more things than others, but I think that what a lot of people find, I mean, here's the thing. Let's say for a moment that there is a group of individuals that are doing these things, lying to us, controlling the news and media, pulled off the fake moon landing, 9/11, et cetera, et cetera. Let's just say that's the case. It would make sense that as us humans, as we're, looking at information and seeing what's going on, that if we start to, get our nose on the trail, as it were, like we start figuring out what's going on, like I said before, it's like you're unraveling like a magician, a group of magicians and their tricks. So a lot of things start to fall into line, like, oh, okay, they lied about the Earth. They faked the moon landing so they could get the picture of the Earth. The first, blue marble was part of the whole reason to fake the moon landing, in addition for other reasons. So yeah, I think a lot of things fall into place, and probably everybody hasn't researched every possible thing that's going on, but
I understand that I came at writings in the wrong direction, but writing, I do have another one for you. With for instance, I could believe everything about the thing we're not supposed to talk about, right? Like,
so
I could believe
that thing is the we call it zombies.
Let's just say most of it is
real zombies, and Minestrone does fix it.
Yeah. Let's say, hey, there's all that, but at the same time, right? I could still be like, but there still might be like where it came from or something. Maybe we don't know the whole story, and maybe I have these ideas about a conspiracy that just the mainstream is gonna unravel. It just hasn't come out yet. You know what I mean? But like,
so to speak in code then, because that would be a significant outlier. So let me just check with you. So you believe that like the minestrone soup that they encourage us all to drink is nourishing, doesn't have adverse effects, and does protect us from becoming zombies should we get bitten?
I mean, why not? But like at least for now, like maybe, but also maybe there's some other greater good. Maybe there's others. That doesn't mean that there's not the proto molecule fucking expanse scenario going on, where maybe they was trying to make stuff better. And
Don, well, what is your, because one thing about people that know the Earth is a stationary plane, I can't think of one of them.
You don't know that, though. You're a fucking bullshitter.
What's up? Hold on a second. Hold on. I think you just interrupted. Hey, let me just finish my thought. So what I was saying is that people who would say the Earth is a stationary plane, I can't imagine any of them, as far as I'm aware, would think that the zombie thing is what they tell us. Yeah, or what they tell us it is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that,
well, that's unnecessary.
I don't mean that in a pejorative way. Like I don't mean it to be like therefore you're wrong or anything like that, if that's the way it seems. To me it's like it's a natural conclusion. Like because one of the things, like when I was a 9/11 truther, one of the problems for me, that as I understand it now from reading a fair bit about it, is a fairly big problem for a lot of people, is how many people does this take? Like how many people need to be quote unquote in on it, which is why I'm fascinated by those discussions and so often bring them up.
Well, yeah, I mean the current situation we're in, with the minestrone and the zombie. I mean, it's so intense. It's such a flex. It's removing our freedoms. I mean, everything going on. It's pretty clear for people that realize we've been lied to about the Earth. 9/11 was sketchy as could be. The moon landing. It's pretty obvious that the current situation is like they're just one-upping what they've done last time. You know what I mean? This is the next 9/11 or whatever. So yeah, of course, people are more hip to it now than they were, a week after 9/11.
Okay. Well, let me rehash Riding's point real quick. Riding kind of has two kind of little points floating. One is that like you have to like kind of snowball into some of the more extreme theories, right? Like you don't just become a flat earth overnight, was one kind of point that you made. Then there was another kind of point tied in where if you've believed that there's a guy believes in flat earth, he's probably has to have other things with it, like the moon landing and other things probably that have to be exclusive or whatever, or not. But then there's kind of another point that you're trying to make where it's like, oh, I believe you would find that everybody is going to lump in and check all these spots. That I don't think is so easy to generalize, that one. I mean, there's going to be some, but not all, man. And the conditioning,
there are some. I used to hold with Ruhif, whereas now I'm like, it's like 90% for me, whereas I was like, it seemed to used to appear to be 100%. I like have a strong faith position. Like I think for many people, which I actually credit, like I don't mean it to sound sort of flippant or something, but for like people who come at it from I don't want to say religious, because I think most aren't religious, but a faith position of saying, I read a book that clearly describes a particular kind of God, and in that book it also describes a real particular kind of cosmology, and I either need to take all of it or some of it, and that's a difficult challenge for people. So like to go, I think the Earth is 6,000 years old, but I don't think it's flat. To me, it's like, well, you're only taking half the book. So I kind of get why some of it is. But yeah, to me, it's the sort of the thing that pushed me away from being into the conspiracy was I was like, how many people have to be in on this? Like, how big does this have to go? How deep? Like, it's got to be everybody. It's got to be people I've met even. And
for which one? For 9/11?
Yeah. Yeah,
this is clandestine stuff, dude. I mean, there's small groups of people within the military that have various access to things. I mean, this is not a huge group. I mean, we could get into speculation about how many there are, but in terms of what they had to pull off for 9/11, that was just a military event along with a media psyop. That's pretty easy. They already controlled.
I don't think they need much at all. I agree, Gio.
They control the media. They control the media. They brought some towers down. They implanted a whole bunch of media around it, and everybody bought this. Well, a lot of people bought the psyop, and then they stripped away freedom, started a war. It's pretty basic.
Like I get that. I get that there's that idea. I mean, I'm talking about more from my perspective because, like, you know, for so many of the things that I believed in for it, I was like, you know, well, there's this BBC broadcast where they're clearly saying this building's gone down, and it's not down. It's in the background.
I live here,
of
and
their live shot.
Gio is exactly right. That's exactly what happened.
Well, I don't think any of us know exactly what happened. That to me is
Gio's right. That's 100%. I live here, dude. It's exactly what they did.
Okay.
Say it again.
A to B.
I don't have.
I got one. There's a conspiracy that God does not exist. It just permeates YouTube all over the place with these atheist channels and discussions, and I mean, the amount of people that would need to be on it. I mean, you'd be calling everybody who believes in God a liar. Hindus, Jews, Christians, Muslims. So
It depends how you define it. Like, to me, it's like I have to know that what I'm saying is dishonest, and I think that when it comes to those kind of things, it's like we're talking about something that is supernatural. So how could I use natural science to determine its existence? Whereas for something like buildings collapsing, you know, is something I can do natural science on.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you'd be calling all the preachers and priests and whoever the hell just all
But I think
liars.
most of them believe in it. I don't think there's many that I mean, I'm certainly confused by some that get caught doing dodgy stuff. But I think that a vast number believe in it. Right? But somebody who you know, rigs a building full of explosives, compartmentalized or not, then sees that building they rigged yesterday with explosives, particularly when they rigged it with explosives in a way they'd never rigged any other building. Like, they had to do it in a clandestine way. They had to sneak in while people's staplers were still on their desks and do it in a way that they'd never done for any other building.
Wait, what? Wait,
Watch that building collapse the very next day, and then go, well, that seems strange. Like that, yeah, there's got to be a conspiracy. But for somebody who just believes there's a God and gets up on every Sunday to tell people there's a God, that doesn't take a conspiracy in the way I would describe a conspiracy.
Riding?
Yo.
What are you saying? The way that the bombs or explosions would have had to been for the Twin Towers. Why you sound so confident on that position that it would have to be unique setup?
I'm talking specifically about the way I believed in it when I believed in the whole 9/11 thing. Was those buildings couldn't have fell in free fall. They had to be thermite. There was sphericalized bits of whatchamacallit, you know, steel, you know, they had to, which means it had to have gotten to a certain temperature, and you can only do that with thermite. So that's what made me take it that way. And then it was every time I tried to calculate, or any time I would like harangue friends about it or talk about how this must be the way, if it ever came close to like what might make you doubt this, I was like, I don't understand how you got that many people to do it. Because like I think we could agree it takes more than one person, right? So then we all have to have a different guess at what number plus one it's got to be to do such a thing. And the number I came up with on the lowest end I could figure was thousands, many thousands. You know, many thousands of extraordinarily busy, well organized, highly skilled people doing like
thousands.
Well, yeah, just the way I figured it. Like, it takes, like, so of the different things that could have happened to the planes, things that happen to the planes, you need, like, just forget the buildings and them falling down and all of that stuff. You need, like, there's a plane load full of people that took off from the ground, at least in my view. I believe there was, honestly, a plane load of people that took off from the ground that day.
So you're
now
saying
you've got
God?
How many
180
bodies
odd
did they
people
find?
on a plane?
You're
I don't
saying
know.
God
I don't know. But
did
like, what
9/11?
happened to those people? If
Let
those
me coach a
people
little bit. Let me coach a little
smashed
bit.
into, yeah.
No, but he's
Before we
saying that
ride.
God did 9/11.
Okay, now let me go with writing a little bit here without the ridiculousness. Okay, so say there it was exactly how it happened, and it was like Bin Laden's crew that did it, right? Writing. How many would that be? Like 100 people?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly takes the 18 Saudis, it takes Bin Laden, and then I would say for a network of people funding it and organising it, it would take, 100 people. So it
Okay.
certainly seems less complex, right?
Right.
Because
Now let's
in
say
the
you
mainstream
Let him
narrative,
finish. Let him finish.
Okay, let me
in
keep
the
going.
conspiracy narrative, you still need the 18 Saudis, and Bin Laden is still an individual. So you're not reducing the number. So 100 people.
Look, I want to build on it. I want to build on it because I want to maybe give a different perspective. So I could see that little crew. Then I could see a handful of elites or whatever wanting to do it. So let's say 6 of them, 1 to 6, 1 to 20, right? A handful of elites. Now they the motherfuckers that hired Bin Laden, okay, or whatever. And they also the motherfuckers to put on the show, right? But they also the motherfuckers that hired what? 12 other people, 50 other people, maybe 100 to go put bombs in the buildings? Where do you need thousands of people? I mean, seriously.
So to me, what I imagine is, I don't know. I was trying to like guess. I was Googling, like, this is 15 years ago, by the way, but like I was Googling like how many people is typically on a demolitions team, and I was like, let's go on the really low end, 15 people, which to me is an extraordinarily low end, who have to go and rig a single building with explosives. Maybe they
Easy.
do one building on one weekend, one building on another weekend, but it's like 3 buildings collapsed, right? 1, 2, and 7.
Right.
So God did it.
I didn't eat food.
Certainly something
I want him to
supernatural
walk
could
us up to this 1,000. Like he's working.
solve the
No,
problem.
but God created all of the people.
But I think 15 is a really low number, but it's still a number, right?
But Don's made out that my argument's ridiculous when it isn't.
I'm not
'cause
saying
God-
it's really. I don't mean it like that, Merlin. I just meant with anything other than the focus I'm trying to do right now would be.
How do you
ridiculous.
know God didn't want 9/11? How do you know that God didn't want humans to build the towers and then destroy them?
Everything is
broad
by the
daylight?
grace of God. I would agree with Merlin. I didn't mean to call it ridiculous. I just meant I'd like to just focus on the getting riding to account for the
That
thousands.
might be all
I
part
meant
of God's plan. To give
Just
us
because
funding.
God allowed it doesn't mean he did it.
But God created us.
Yeah,
So
but he
knows
gave
what
us
we're
the
gonna
free
do.
will.
But he still knows what we're going to do with that too.
Knew we
Of
would
course
do
he
it
knows.
before we did it.
He's knowledgeable of all things, but that doesn't mean he did it, right?
He created the
He left us
he
to our own
started the state
devices.
of
He gave us
affairs
the
that
free
led
will.
to knowing
He
it,
allowed
right?
for everything to happen, but he didn't do it.
He's sick.
It's like my kid says, I'm going to go kill people, and I just let them, to me.
That's it. That's why there's atheists, because they say, how can there be a God like that?
I had a quick question, guys. Something I was thinking about, and I'm switching gears here, pun intended. So I was thinking.
Yeah, don't
about
hold
this.
his feet to the
Let's
fire.
say you have. Oh, hold up. Let's say you have 2 tires, right? And they're the same in totality. They're the same kind of circumference and diameter. Okay, but one has a bigger rim than the other. One has a bigger rim and less tire, and the other one has a small rim and more tire, right?
Right.
Which
Low
one is more
profile
cost
tire.
effective?
Depends what you're trying to do with it. If you're trying to go off road, you want a tire with lots of profile and lots of squidge, so you can let down at.
Is profile the word for it?
I think that
Like the
low
thickness
profile is
of
what they
the-
call the difference between if you've got a big rim and only a little bit more tire. I think that's what they call a low profile tire, but I don't know.
Okay, well, let's go with the word profile. So, what's more cost effective? Like a high
Depends what you're trying to do
profile
with it.
tire, or let's say just like regular, city interstate driving, just cost effectiveness.
I mean, if it doesn't fuck up the metaphor, I would say hard tires. A hard compound is almost always cheaper because it lasts for way longer. It's got worse grip, but it wears more slowly.
What's a hard compound?
Like it doesn't matter between thickness or width or something like that. But it's like if the rubber's super hard, like so, do it at the other end. Race tires only last like a couple of hundred miles, like a few laps, but they are like tacky. They're almost like chewing gum. And they get absolutely shredded in a race, but they've got such incredible grip that
Yeah, and
for that. So
the fact
they are
the
the
lack
least,
of tread
least
gives them more traction on flat roads.
economical, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, okay. But let's stick with the profile thing.
Sure. Okay.
So
okay. Well, look, riding. I am interested. We can talk about it another time about like all the quantities and all that, and maybe we can find a middle ground. But I'm about to take a shower.
Okay.
Hey.
I was thinking, like, the bigger the rim, the heavier the rim, right? And the heavier it is, that means the more kind of like, fuel necessary to like, churn it and propel it and, take the car forward. Meaning maybe the bigger rim is less, gas, like economical, right? But then I was thinking, you're marginally increasing the size of the rim, and that like has a huge, a marginal increase in rim has like a huge decrease in the profile of the tire, right? And tires, you can imagine they're pretty heavy as well. So maybe the slight increase in rim size like offsets that large decrease in the tire profile. I don't know.
Could be. I mean, there's lots of things to take into account. Like I said, what do you want to do with the tire? For me, I put giant, oversized tires and smaller rims on my truck as soon as I got it, but I wanted to take it off road. Whereas generally, like street cars and race cars, like if you're going to sort of get your car ready for street racing or some dickhead behavior like that, you'll go low profile, where it's more rim, less tire. And I think there's some other thing that I don't quite know much about on road, where it's like there's less flex. So if you can imagine, like the force for the turn comes from the axle or the center of the wheel, and then if there's a lot of gap from there, you see this in like dragsters. Has anybody ever seen like a slow-mo of a dragster wheel? It looks pretty cool, where like you get the full silly car thing, and it the whole wheel deforms massively as you suddenly put down power. And
I haven't seen a slow-mo of that, but I can imagine it.
Yeah,
the
so
tire
like
will wrinkle and it'll grow as well.
yeah, it sort of buckles and gets all wrinkly, and then it also goes from really fat and wide and low to
What
like
are we
suddenly
talking about right now?
really tall. And my understanding is that's okay
That's what she
if you're dragstering cars. Rig is going to correct me on a bunch of this shit in a second. Whereas
You will.
like if you are doing racing, you want it lower profile because you don't want it to buckle and wrinkle if it's turning. Is that right, Rig? Am I getting some of that right?
No.
It depends on what sort of racing, but yeah, you're pretty much right. Like with the tire growth, it sort of matters a hell of a lot with dragsters for the gearing. Like it affects their gearing a fair bit, so they actually have to take into account the tire growth. So
that's
Okay, so the answer is,
Yeah.
for my question, the answer is the most economical, the most cost efficient one is the higher profile tire, because it only takes one like pothole to fuck up your rim if you have a really low profile.
Yeah, big rims with low profile are just wank factor, dude. You've got more rotating mesh. You're actually putting less power down to the ground because you've got more mass to overcome. So, like, they really don't serve any purpose besides wank factor. That's why you'll see all quick cars have either got really light rims that just fit over the brakes, or they've got like 15-inch or 14-inch rims in some cases for dragsters and so forth.
Really? So, like, even like the Bathurst 1000 cars and stuff like that are still like lightweight.
Supercars have got 18-inch rims, I think.
But is that also because they're never going to hit a pothole, like percentages?
Yeah, well, they're on tracks, aren't they? You know, they're race cars. I'm sure those rims weigh no more than like, you know, a couple kilos each or something.
Right. Makes sense. Where are you based again, Rig?
Fucking Harry.
I'm in Melbourne, man. I'm just out of Melbourne.
Do you only drive your cars on road, or do you do off road as well?
No, I don't do any. Like, I haven't got any Forbies or anything like that. I'm building my VN at the moment, which is LS swap, but I haven't taken that to a track or anything yet. So back in the day, I used to drag my stuff at Calder Park, but that was many moons ago.
Rig, I have a question for you. It's a little bit changing the topic, but kind of getting it back a little bit to a topic, unless there's a different topic. But I just wanted to ask Rig, I know that you're, skeptical to say the least, or actually quite, I know your opinion in general on, the current zombie apocalypse going on. But what is your stance on all the space stuff and the moon landing stuff? And I mean, do you buy all that, or do you think some of that, could be, not real, or where do you stand on all that?
No, all the things that I sort of question Geo have been debunked, man. So yeah.
So were you when you say they've been debunked, what kinds of things are you talking about?
Oh, like, what was that doco? We never went to the moon or whatever. Like, Gem done a good thing debunking all the crap on, the way they've edited that and make it look and all the rest of the crap. So, like, there was one clip. There was, just for instance, right? There was one clip that Flat Earthers spread around that was a clip of a dude in the ISS like moving into a hallway or something, but it was actually from like a Red Hot Chili Peppers clip, and they like faded the dude out, and they used that saying it was a legit clip and stuff. There's just silly stuff that goes around, man. It ends up being debunked.
So were you like, which conspiracy? It sounds like you used to be a conspiracy, because this is what I was saying. I think quite a few amongst the Glober community, like Globers who are now, on these servers and stuff, like myself, used to believe in quite a few conspiracies. Would that put you in that category, Rick?
Mate, I get called a flat earther when I talk about some stuff. Put it that way.
So you still, which things do you still believe are that I would still describe as a conspiracy theory?
Oh, I don't know. Name something, dude. I don't know.
JFK. You think JFK got shot by Lee Harvey?
No, definitely not.
Right, yeah. What about Diana? What do you reckon happened to her?
And another car cut them off in the tunnel or whatever and caused that accident. It wasn't because he was just drunk.
Right. That would make it simpler. I was chatting with the people the other night, and they're like MI6 and stuff. I'm like, a single car.
Man. They didn't want it to look bad on the royal family. They were having an affair or whatever. So he was also writing a book at the time, man. The whole thing makes sense when it's all put together.
Rightio. So don't follow the All right. So yeah, on some things then. So what things did you used to believe that you feel are now, as you said, like debunked?
Oh, we were just talking about the moon stuff then. It was just basically based around flat Earth. There's a lot of weird questions when it comes to this whole flat Earth debate that get brought up. You know how it is. So, But I don't know. Like 9/11 is one that I think's not the truth. You know, the story we're fed. I don't think there was no planes or anything like crazy like that. But
No. Oh, you don't think there were no planes, so you think there were planes?
yeah.
Yeah, I used to think that the whole no planes thing was a psyop. When I was a 9/11 truther, I thought the no planes thing was a psyop to discredit the movement.
Yeah, that's what I pretty much thought as well, man. And more reports I read as well. There was a lot of eyewitnesses saying that they look like military planes with no windows and stuff. So when you look back at the footage, some of them do sort of look like that.
So you believe all the moon landing and outer space and all that is legit to you? Like that stuff is, what would you say, 100% all good? But then 9/11, you're gonna go with a question it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I wouldn't say I'm 100% on all the space though. They could be faking some bullshit. I mean, I've seen that stuff in front of the green screens that they do, Geo. Like, you know, they're pretty fancy. But
Why would they have
I'm
to?
99%. I'd love to go up and have a look around myself, you know?
Yeah. But why would they fake it if they could just do it for real?
Well, I held to that. I used to be a MoonCon person, and then I gave it up. But like my midway point to giving it up was like, I still think there's a good chance they faked it, because it would make sense to be like, we're going to try and do this amazing thing, but if on the off chance that like imagine they just get up there and they find like we did do it, but we couldn't actually broadcast back to Earth because I don't know, invent some reason. Then why don't we just fake it before we go and then go do it and then use the real? I no longer think this is the case, but that was some of my thought. Like they could still
There
do
were
it. And
lots
they
of
did still
reasons
do
for them
it.
to fake it. That's cool.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, middle of a Cold War.
Yeah, yeah, this whole space race thing.
They do get caught regularly lying. Like, just I think the difference that I hold for many other people is like that doesn't mean that they then think they lie about absolutely everything, nor that I can tell what the truth is by picking what they say and saying, well, the answer must be the opposite.
Well, I guess you could say whatever you want about 9/11 because that was like, didn't have anything to do with the Earth or anything like that. But when it comes to outer space, I mean, yeah, that's directly connected to the shape of the Earth, like foundationally and fundamentally. So if they're lying about that, then
yeah. If they landed on the moon, the two go hand in hand, right? If they landed on the moon, there is not a chance that the Earth is flat, I would say. Not that there's not a chance, but like for all of the modern arguments, they all fall apart. Space is real and the moon is spherical and we landed on it.
Well, I mean, that in terms of them doing that moon landing, yeah, that was part of their, well, I think that was actually one of the core agendas for it, is because up to that point in history, you've got World War I, World War II, et cetera, and they were already starting to push the globe idea, telling people that the scientists had figured it out or whatever. So they were already starting to do some of that. And then obviously World War II was huge. And then coming out of World War II, obviously NASA, the rocket scientists from the Nazis, it was pretty clear that whatever they did in that World War II situation got them the control position they needed. Because once they had that control position, they brought all the same dudes over that were already involved in World War II, the Nazi, all those guys, brought them over, Project Paperclip, et cetera, and then launched this whole, space thing. And then even in the 60s, it was like the space thing was being pushed and they were claiming to like start to get probes up there, Sputnik or whatever. And they were starting to push that in the media. And then it was boom, 1969, we're going to the moon. And
Voyager!
And then here's the picture of the moon. Oh, they took a snapshot, or of the Earth, I mean. So that was, and people like the historians, I mean, this is the way they recount it, like, oh, then we went to the moon, and they're believing it all, saying that we got the first picture of the Earth, the blue marble. Then that was just like the ultimate brainwash tool, because at that point, people were, they were ready to believe it. Like, oh yeah, they're going to space. I mean, at that point, it would have been a little hard for them to be like, wait a minute, they're faking all of it. But obviously now, like, we've been able to figure it out.
Okay, Jim, if I could get in here for a second. To Riding's point, I'm cutting someone off with your robot, so give me 1 second. That's what Gio just said is kind of like the common conspiracy, path that we all figured they must or could have went down. But Riding, your point about, I mean, I get it. Like if they were on the moon, then it throws, they said they got there and all the it seems like it's exclusive to the flat Earth, but it's not, bro. Like, what if the moon? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Carry on. I thought when you were saying, I thought it was exclusive to the flat Earth, as in like only flat earthers believed it, but I don't think that's what you were saying. I think I was jumping in too soon.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you're saying like they kind of go hand in hand, but what if it's a flat Earth and the moon is floating up there because of some other electrical phenomenon and they went to it? Like who knows?
Yeah, I slightly overspoke. I didn't mean like it would preclude it being possible that the Earth is flat. I would just say like of all of the current flat Earth arguments, it would be ripped for the flat Earth.
Yeah,
so
see, don't fall.
Sure, you could have a flat Earth and a real moon that is a physical body that you could go and land on, but it would be ripped for all of the current flat Earth arguments, I think.
See, flat Earth is important to me, for the scientists, because it's like, sure, if you have a good foundation, you don't want to go down dead-end paths of lies. You know what I'm saying? Of course. But like, to be honest, the scientist in the lab, man, he hasn't verified every map of the Earth and all this stuff. And he doesn't know what works have been done. These satellite projects are actually legit or not. And the scientists might be working on like things that seem exclusive to a globe. Like, how do you explain two celestial poles? And on flat Earth, it's like, well, maybe if you give the scientists a chance, maybe they can do that in the future. That's what flat Earth is for me. Is like, yo, maybe we're gonna try to answer some of these harder questions. Why does the angles of space stars look like this and like that? And it's like, maybe that's what we need to position ourselves to find the new thing. And if we're blind to the flat, we say flat Earth is impossible, and it's actually the reality, then these questions are going to take longer to answer. For these scientists. That's why I think it's important.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, I think it's a fascinating conversation anyway. I just think it's like, I like going into politics and religion and stuff and talking to people in there, and then just becomes a sort of so what conversation, whereas stuff you can go buy a theodolite and go out and measure stuff, that's quite cool. But I think I kind of went off. I took a left turn.
Theodolite observation.
Hi, Brenda. Say again about the theodolite observation, Brenda.
How do you think a theodolite observation?
How do I think of theodolite? Say again.
This push to talk so much sucks. How do you fake a theodolite observation?
How do I fake one? I think there are relatively few. I think there is a possibility. I mean, I think there's demonstrably a few flat earthers who were sort of didn't believe it.
Well, I'm not talking about just denial. How do you fake an observation with a theodolite, right? How do you fake that?
Yeah. Well, maybe we jump to conclusions where there's like other phenomenon where we'd be like, oh, we must conclude it's a globe Earth, but really there's other, exercises or other variables or data that we can discover that would be like, yo, it looks like it's a globe Earth, but really because of the quantum traveling of light and some other sort of density layers, maybe it just appears to be a globe Earth.
How do you fake an observation of the sun moving?
What was the theodolite observation that Brenda was even talking about? Is there one in particular, or theodolite that was used? And yeah, you can't fake the sun moving. I agree.
The measurements of curvature, of spherical excess.
There's a lot. I don't think anybody's. What do you mean by how do you fake it? I don't know what that's in response to.
Flat earthers will tell you that it's a very small piece of excess that's presented, which usually can fall within a margin of error. They don't usually survey a big enough surface of the Earth for that triangle excess to actually be a thing. From what I understand, that's the strong argument.
Sure, that's what I think some people say, but then I think that then when you do try to take in a bigger amount, many flat earthers, at least that I've heard, will use a different argument to go, well, how can you possibly verify a distance that long? So it's like an argument for if it's too short, plus an argument for if it's long enough. How do you know the distance between LA and New York? You know, was one I was hearing the other night.
It's just measurements. You measure angles.
Okay, let me ask you this then, Brenda, if you know about it. What is the minimum portion of the surface area of the sphere that must be measured for the spherical excess to be apparent? What percentage of the surface area?
Well, main surveyor did it over what, like 1,200 feet?
No, that's not what I'm saying. See, you're gonna say, I'm saying if you just go to the book, to the geometry book, right? They're gonna tell you, and I'm not familiar with it enough, but they will tell you that there's going to be a portion that's so small, it's not going to be within range of you being able to measure it with your instrument. Basically, like the notches on the ruler are going to be within the margin of error. But once you get to a certain portion of the surface, that's when I can admit ignorance here, but I was wondering maybe you could give us the bottom line, the hard line on how much you need, and then we could compare that to what they're actually surveying in real life.
It seems to me that the main that Jesse Kozlowski and others have done it. They've measured.
Right. So you're blind to my question right now, though, Brendan. My question is, in the book, if we both admit me and Riding are kind of taking for granted right now that you have to have a large enough portion of the surface. We've kind of both agreed that we've heard.
I do kind of want to chip in on that, which is, it's a little bit like at what height can you see the curve? To me, it's, and I focus on this not just with the flat Earth conversation. I think this is with all human communication. We talk like we are speaking in absolutes, and the absolutes are real and distinguishable, and in some way we can make sense of them. But when we say, like, when do you see the curve? To me, the true answer is, well, you see it straight away, but when do you perceive it? So, like, the same, I think, would go for, like, when would you see spherical excess? I honestly think, and this is going to sound absurd, if you got a perfectly flat, totally undisturbed bit of water, you could notice it on an inch square, provided you had some, like, ridiculous, as yet unheard of measuring tool. And
I don't agree.
The bigger you get, whereas if you got a triangle that went from, like, one end was in Mumbai and the other one was in Sao Paulo and the other one was bang on the North Pole, you would go, well, of course I can see it there. So it's somewhere between an inch where we'd go, that's probably too small unless you're talking about space age equipment, to, of course you can see it there. It's somewhere in the middle. We're all going to draw a line and say, I think there it is discernible. But I think what you're asking is, like, when is it going to be outside the bounds of a margin of error? Is that what you're asking?
No, listen. That could be the case, but I think what's also is the case is that it doesn't scale equally, right? Like if you do a small triangle on a tiny piece of the surface of a sphere, there's not enough distortion there. It's still going to be like a flat triangle, but then as you scale it, you get a different ratio of hump in the middle of that triangle, which now allows for the sides to be bent or however the fuck you're supposed to say. But
right. Well, because you're getting like a fake angle. It's not even a real angle. A real angle requires two straight lines on that are coplanar. But if you draw those lines over a curved Earth and you try to put a triangle type of a thing by connecting 3 points.
Yes, I watched the geometry videos, and they'll tell you that it has to be a big enough portion. Okay, I'm taking it for granted that the math video knew what they were talking about, right? But I promise
it has to be. I would if I were ever talking to somebody about this, I would suggest they change their logic and go, it is easier the larger a portion you get.
So how did they do it then? If it can't be done, how did they do it?
Who claims to have done what? Measuring spherical excess, you're saying? Do you think someone did that?
Jesse Kozlowski.
What
Okay, was this a video you saw, or what are you referring to?
His webpage. Don't you watch those things?
No, I don't pay attention to his content at all.
Maybe that's why. Maybe you
I know
should.
who I know who he is, but and I'm actually aware, I am aware of his spherical excess claims. Yeah.
They're not claims; they're observations.
Because he also did one with a bicycle, like riding between two plumb lines or something, wasn't it?
So,
is he the guy I'm thinking of?
It can't be done. How did he do it? Am I still connected? Is this going?
Yeah,
I
can
can hear you.
Right.
MacToon was here, and he presented the surveying done before we had a lot of documentation on surveying done before we had satellites, and he showed us how when they did triangulation, and then you had spherical axis.
All right, if you understand it, tell us how it's done. Tell us exactly
You need
what
to
they
tell
do.
me how it's possible to do something that you say can't be done.
No, this is your claim, Brenda.
Well,
So he's asking for you to tell us in detail what this is and why you, because you believe it, right? Is that what you're saying, Brenda? Do you think that somebody measures spherical excess? So if so, could you explain how that, and then we can do that ourselves?
It's not a belief; it's an observation.
Yeah. Also,
Well, I
it's a little bit
observed the
relevant.
move, so
Why
there you
did
go.
you? Why? Oh, sorry. Why can't? How can you say it can't be done when you don't even know how it can be done?
I don't say that it can't be done. I'm asking you to tell me in detail exactly what they do, because what happens
But you
is
rejected it already.
No, I'm asking how it's done.
I don't think
But
anyone.
maybe-
Yeah,
Maybe
I might have said
the
something.
question, Funk.
Or maybe it was Geo.
I might have said that spherical excess has never been accurately measured, which I
Yeah. Maybe it was you. Sorry, I thought I mixed you guys. Sorry.
But I didn't say. Well, I don't know if I said the words "it can't be done," but I said it never has been.
Well,
Although I will say it can't be done because you can't fit a coplanar triangle, a real triangle, on a. Well, you can't fit that on a sphere, but you can on a plane.
Well, Gio, if you say it hasn't been done, but you don't actually pay attention to anything that's been said by other people, how can you possibly say that?
Well, I'm very aware of all the spherical excess claims, so I've looked through all of the ones that have been claimed over the years to have been done.
You literally just said you don't look at Jesse Kozlowski's website.
Yeah, I'd have no think I'm.
So how can you
populate his website? But I'm aware of spherical excess claims, like I said, that people have claimed.
You just deny them then?
I'm not really sure why you're obfuscating, Brenda. You've been asked a question in terms of just walk us through the steps. Just start at step A and tell us what he did.
What difference does that make? You've already denied it.
Okay, listen, again, I don't understand why you're in a allegedly honest conversation right now. You've been asked a question and you are completely obfuscating right now.
Yeah, Brenda, there's no need to worry about what I do or don't think. I'm not really relevant. We're talking about the information. So if you think somebody did something, could you present that? Like, that's what we've been asking you for. It doesn't matter what I think or what I might come to any conclusions. It doesn't even matter what I say. We're here to look at the information. So could you present? You seem to be convinced that somebody named Jesse Kozlowski has done this. So could you present that for us?
Just go to his website and read what he has to say.
Because we're having a conversation right now and you brought him up.
Yeah, but there's nothing I can say that would convince you.
Well, then
I'd
go
be curious
away.
to hear it. I'd be curious to hear it if you or Funk or somebody wants to describe it, because I have been wondering that. I'm like, how would you do it?
Yeah, Brenda, let's stick to the
Brenda. In a few months, I would like to do it myself.
Brenda, you are obfuscating again because now you said something about what we believe. Again, what we believe is not on the table. It doesn't matter. You claimed that spherical excess had been measured. So if you want to, you don't even have to, but I'm saying if you want to, if it's something you think is true, you could then present it. And that's what Jerry said originally. Could you walk us through each step and what you and the steps that you've brought you to the conclusion that he did this?
So Gio, you told me you don't believe it, and I don't.
Okay, yeah. So look, either you don't know, right? Either you don't know the steps. Okay, listen. Either you don't know the steps.
Talking over me. Why?
Because you again because listen, you just asked me why. Was it rhetorical?
Yes, I want you to shut up so I can talk.
Brenda, he didn't talk over you. Your mic was cutting out. Your mic
was cutting out.
Yeah, you're coming in really low, Brenda.
And I'll go to a different my PC.
Or Funk, if you want to, because I'm super curious about this. Because I'm like, about to go up to the farm, and I wouldn't. I would be totally willing to do it.
To measure spherical excess.
Yeah, because some of it I was like, oh, I'll do that. I'll do it between mountaintops, and then I was like, hang on, is mountaintops just going to end up being like Euclidean because it's line of sight, and do I actually need to be on the surface of the Earth? And I was like, no, that sounds dumb. Oh wow!
Oh yeah, much better.
Is this a lot better?
Much better.
Loads better. I feel like he's
Yeah,
sitting
but
on my lap.
Yeah, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't feel like getting out of bed.
Okay.
So I'm saying that I don't think that anything I say will convince you. So it is not. It's not worth my time to try to explain it to you.
Okay, good.
Right. So
Yeah,
I don't. So if you won't be convinced by my, all I can do is encourage you, right, to go to those websites that make those claims, like Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor, and other places, right, that have the data on them. Yeah.
Okay, look, so you've said that already. Now you've said it again. Either you don't know how he did it, and so for some reason you can't say, I don't know how he did it, so I can't explain it to answer your question, or you're just trolling. Like, why are you here? You have at least 3 of us, plus Harry, saying, hey, I'd like to hear this. Right? So either walk us through the basic steps, which shouldn't be too hard, or leave, because we are asking you to do something that you are just completely avoiding.
Well, if I can chip in, I would like to hear how it's done, but I don't think we sort of require somebody to, this is what I butted heads with Rakir over the other day. I don't think you can demand that somebody do something and then kick them out if they don't.
No. We're not saying. Look, we're not saying kicking this person out. I'm saying this person ought to leave of their own volition. If they're in hold on, just if they're in a conversation and they bring up a point that we say, oh, can you walk us through that? And then they just start saying, oh, well, if I answer your question, you're just going to deny it. Like, well, then you're not here on good faith, right?
No, that doesn't follow at all.
Okay.
I just don't think that.
Yeah. Say it again.
I don't think that my telling you is going to change your mind. So why should I try?
Say it again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad faith. That's just me saying you should go check it out. Why don't you do that?
So you're basically doing what B-Ball does, just dropping, a meme and then expecting us to
It's not a meme. I'm saying you say that what began this was somebody saying that we've never measured the curvature. Well, people have. And then
Okay.
I said, well, how about so and so? And say, well, I've never gone to his website. I don't read it. Well, say, well, then go do that. Go read it.
What is his website?
Jesse Kozlowski.
What is his website domain name? I'm aware of who he is. I've seen some of the stuff that he's put out, but I don't think I've visited his website. Let's start with there. Could you tell us the domain of his website? We can find it if it's on there.
I don't have it with me right now.
Oh my word.
All right, so you brought it up just to try to say we wouldn't believe something because you're fixated on what we believe rather than actually. That's why it doesn't seem like you're on good faith. I mean, we're here to actually discuss the information, so it doesn't seem like you're able to do that at the moment.
Well, I found the link. I don't know if this is the page. Check.
It's probably on MC Tuners because MC Tuner has most of these. The handful of spherical excess claims. I know he has several of them on his website.
So, have you read those?
Yes.
And what do you find that is in error about those?
Well, it depends on which one.
Your best one. Or any of them.
Well, we'd have to look at them individually. I mean, I wouldn't just make one comment that would just summarize.
Okay. So when we measure, right, you take two stations, Station A and Station B, you establish a plumb line at both of them. You measure the angles between them, and it comes out to more than 180 degrees, which can't happen on a flat Earth. How do you respond to that?
How did you measure the angle?
With the theodolite.
The theodolite just demarks the line that you're looking to compare that target in the distance. So you're just going to get a position.
Well, you're going to get it. I mean, Bev just continually describes it as an angle measuring device. Is it not? Is it not a device for measuring angles?
I've never done it. That's why I'm here asking questions. So as far as I know, when you're looking through your theodolite and you've got your horizontal line established and you're looking at a target in the distance, that target is either going to surpass, line up, or fall under that line.
Yeah, that's an angle. You can measure how far above or below the horizontal it is, right? That's an angle. And if the Earth is flat, right, then you have two, and if you have two 90-degree angles, right, they should line up perfectly, but they don't.
Who says that?
That's the observation.
No. Well, you have an wait. You have an observation of two targets lining up perfectly?
No, it's the opposite, which refutes the flat Earth.
No, you just said on a flat Earth it should line up perfectly. My question
Yeah.
to it. Okay, hold on. My question is, who says that?
Logic does.
Okay, but again, when you are placing a, I guess how can I say it? A blueprint or an orthographic presentation of two targets at a distance from each other, that's not reality. That's on a piece of paper. So you're not dealing with the most important thing that we're talking about, and that is the medium through which you're looking. Hold
the
on.
medium is just the air.
Correct. The medium can affect the position of your target.
It can, but it doesn't have to.
Yeah, great. Right. Yeah. So.
Right. So you choose a situation where you're not having strong refraction. So the point is.
When does that happen?
Lots of times.
No,
right?
no, that's not an answer. When, like, you know who I am, right? So I've got 3 years plus of taking pictures of targets. And every single time I take these targets, they're in different positions. And that's not because of my position. It's because of the medium through which we're looking.
There's plenty of environmental situations, atmospheric conditions, where refraction is at a minimum.
Great. When is that?
During the day, during various times during the day.
Okay, listen. Do you have to realize how you are actually not giving us any information right now? Because I've been out on the Chesapeake Bay and California all day long. So you just said during the day. Right? You don't know. You have no idea what conditions create what and when to go out in certain conditions, right? So part of the argument, again, I'm not a surveyor. Part of the argument against this argument from Kozlowski and company is that surveyors take shorter distance observations because that eliminates the refraction that they know happens through the air. So they're taking shorter distance observations, right?
Yeah, 1,200 feet. Right?
I don't know.
That's the distance. That's the distance the main surveyor did. It was about 1,200 feet.
So now we're on the main surveyor. So now you're citing someone else. Okay.
Yeah. So it was about 1,200 feet, right? He had a station A and a station B. You establish your zenith at both stations. Zenith is plumb. And then from both of those, you establish horizontal, right? On a flat Earth, logic, geometry says that those angles should meet up. You should get 180 degrees between the two of them. You don't see that. Therefore, it can't be a flat Earth. All right? Now, you understand the argument?
Sounds religious to me.
It's just an observation. It's not religion.
The strength of your belief in it is religious.
It's not what a religion is.
By my definition, it is.
So what? It's just an observation.
And then all your theories on top of the observation.
So, do we understand now that when you say that it hasn't been measured, it has been? You just refuse to go to those websites. You refuse to watch those videos, and you refuse to accept the observational data that has been presented.
Well, actually, you haven't presented anything, and you didn't even have the link to the website.
I've got the website open right now. Right? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, I'm on his website. So which is the one you're talking about? The spherical excess one?
Any of them.
So you said specifically that this guy measured spherical excess, and then you are doing all these other moves to try to dance around it. So could you link the exact article where you think because you believe it. So I just want to know how you believe it. you're saying it's an observation. You're saying it's fact. I get it. Maybe it is. But could you let us know why you think it's true and link the actual one? Or do you not have it? 'Cause I don't see any of these that mention spherical excess in the title.
Yeah, I mean, I chose the first one and just pushed play, right? So it's just playing through this
So
presentation.
he has a list. It says, my videos demonstrating the measurement of the curved level water surface. My videos showing the Earth's curvature using XYZ rectangular ECEF coordinates, right? These are for anyone interested, these are my videos demonstrating how to establish horizontal reference as the geometry required by the 8 inches times the distance formula from the tangent plane establishing perpendicular to the plumb line. All of those videos, all of it.
What did you just say?
A bunch of words.
Were you reading them?
I'm talking about Jesse Kozlowski's website. He has a list of videos, my videos demonstrating the measurement of the curved level surface. My videos showing Earth's curvature. Right. That's what you asked for.
No, I didn't.
I'm not talking about you.
What makes you trust Jesse Kozlowski?
What? Their observations.
Oh, you trust them because you believe in the observation.
What makes you distrust him?
He's too eager to show Earth curving.
Well, that's what you asked for.
I didn't ask for that.
Well, that's what the flat Earth community has asked for.
Yeah, guess what? I'm going to blow your mind. They were trolling you all along.
Who was trolling me?
The flat Earthers.
They don't want evidence. I'm sure that's probably true. They don't want evidence.
Stop fucking with religious people.
Triggered.
What?
It was, Brenda, it's down to Jesse why he did this, not down to flat Earthers. He was involved in nerdism, and flat Earth triggered him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nerdism, where you have to prove what you believe with words and websites.
Yeah, that's how things are done.
Yeah, I call that nerdism.
Yeah? Don't
Jesse
care.
Kozlowski, he suffers from nerdism, and you trust him. And
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about your denialism. I don't care.
He can still be correct even if he's a nerd.
Yeah, he could be. But, you have to work that out. You can't just believe.
Therefore, there
face
need
value.
to be evidence for, like, if somebody did the same experiment that he did and got a different result, that would be interesting. But they're saying he's a nerd.
I'd like to see all this stuff from someone who doesn't have an interest in the flat Earth debate.
There
like,
is I can post a link from somebody who did this in 100 years ago in East United States.
You're like someone who's cool. Like, can you give us a link from someone who's cool?
Yeah, so what I hear is you're just not interested. You say that you want proof and you want demonstrations,
no one cares.
but you don't. Yeah, I
No one
understand.
cares.
You don't
Yeah, deal
care.
with it. Yeah. How does it feel?
Well, then don't say that you're interested in facts and the truth. Then
This isn't the right flavor. It's the wrong flavor.
I know, I understand. You don't. You just have denial, so that's fine. You can just deny if you want. But don't say that it hasn't been given to you, the information.
Do you trust Travis's ether band observations?
No, I think he's incompetent.
Oh, there you go.
See, there you go.
So we all choose someone who we trust, and we discharge someone we distrust.
Well, because I distrust him because he just can't make coherent results.
Yeah, well, you're a bit mean sometimes.
Well, he just shows observations, right? and that's what you brought up. It's just an observation, right?
No.
Yeah, he shows things that get all funky when you look out over water or even on dry land, and weird shit happens. Yeah. So what is right? So what? So what is incompetent about that?
He doesn't choose times when there is very little refraction. It's easy to show pictures where there's virtually no refraction going on.
No, he shows stuff where like all kinds of different.
Yeah,
phenomena.
I understand. But that is going to interfere with you getting a clear picture, isn't it?
It sure is. So what are we to do? Like some days it's good, some days it's not.
Well, you pick days, times, and places where it is good.
What do you mean good? Good compared to what?
Low refraction, low atmospheric effects. Because you want to eliminate those, because that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for curvature.
Right, but if there's always refraction and you get an average of that.
There isn't always refraction. That's the point.
How would you know?
Because you can tell. You can simply see when things are sharp and clear, right? And when there's a lot of haze and as you said, funkiness going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how.
I kind of want to touch on the point of he's too eager to prove excess.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I don't trust that doctor. He's too interested in healing people. I don't trust that train driver. He's too keen on driving trains well.
You're not skeptical enough yet.
Where else would you trust somebody more based on how little they know or are interested in something? It just seems such a strange.
It's not just because it's because he's a surveyor and suddenly he's interested in proving the globe. So he's just.
That's his profession.
No, it's not. His profession is surveying.
So how many steps do you reckon? How many steps do you reckon, Dawn, or like how much of a single day or multiple days, perhaps, does it take? Do you reckon to do this kind of thing?
I think he spent 3 years on it.
Okay. So what you want is somebody who could invest 3 years into proving the globe.
On the mic, Harry.
Say again?
Eating, bro. You're just kicking back like eating and scratching your balls. What do you think this is, man?
How did you know I was scratching my balls while I was eating? Do you
I
have a
just
camera
know
on me?
you.
It's just that he just fantasizes about that automatically.
They are very itchy lately. I don't know what's going on with my nuts, but they are very itchy. So
crabs.
No, there's a weird thing. There's a weird thing. Like, why would a surveyor? He's got a job, and why would he care about flat Earth?
Because it's his job.
So this is the logic I want you to explore. What you want is somebody who will devote more than a day to doing something, but you want them to also be dispassionate about it.
I would want just a regular surveyor to just sit down with me, tell me exactly what he does, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
what model is he comparing to? Is he comparing to a model and then adjusting according to that? Or is it...
these are just observations. They're just observations.
It's what's the thing for me more is like you're asking for like I want somebody to devote a significant chunk of their time to do something they care not at all about. Do you see do you get, Jerry, what I'm talking about? There seems to be like
it could just be a one-time thing. It doesn't got to be an ongoing thing. Just
tell me
sit
about
down,
tell me about
give me
the
facts
most amount of time you've invested into something you care nothing about.
0.
Exactly. There you go. Done.
Right, but if I was someone who doubted, if somebody doubted what I did for a living,
right,
they should come to me, sit down for maybe a half hour.
Why?
So hang on. What you're talking about, I think, is a really clever idea, which is rather than you demand a geodetic surveyor come to you and show you how they've invested their time in something, you invest your time. And I think that'd be a cool idea. Like, Google or find a geodetic surveyor, and I dare say the first 20 you talk to would be like, that sounds weird, I'm not up for it. But I think you could find one where if the requirement of their time was low enough and you said, hey, I'll sling you some beers, I just want you to explain this stuff to me, I think you could find some. But what you're talking about is you, who are interested in this discussion, getting somebody else who's not interested in this discussion to invest a very small amount of time to explain it to you. I think that's cool. But on the flip side, it's like I want somebody to go out, because of the Kozlowski video, if it's a guy I'm thinking about, it looks like it's a multi-day operation where he's got to spend a chunk of time finding the correct useful place to do it. He's got to get his bicycle, he's got to get this theodolite, he's got to go out, he's got to go do this thing, and it looks like it takes him at least a few hours to do it. And then you're going, oh, but I want somebody to do that who gives not a single jot of, doesn't care at all about it because they're caring about it, which I get. Your idea is like the more they care about it, maybe they're invested in that side or something like that. I get what you're saying about it, but the requirement seems to me illogical on the front of
I admit
who would do
that
that unless they care.
I admit that it's on me to go seek that out, but
Yeah.
it's a very involved process with all kinds of jargon that I'm not interested in. Just explain it to me easily.
Okay, I'll do that.
Hang on.
I can explain my point quickly.
So just a second. If I got that, Jerry, like if I did the work of like finding a geodetic survey and saying, hey, I'll sling you some beers if you can sit on and chat with me and explain how you do this, would you want to come on and join on a stream or something about that?
No, don't do it, Jerry.
See,
Mel knows that Jerry
you're
wouldn't.
just not serious. You're just not serious. You want your belief, and you don't want any information that contradicts your belief.
No, I would sit down and listen.
Cool. You
could
just said
tape
you
it.
won't. You just said you won't.
No. Merle said that.
Mel said no, don't do it.
Jesse, I would let someone who cares about the issue explain it, but Jesse cares too much. That's why what he's doing is defending a religion because of nerdism, and that's different to helping a flat earther understand.
It's a profession.
It's a very different thing. The way he presents his information is as a shill.
No, it's just a profession.
No, you don't understand. He's a religious person preaching his religion in response
it's his
to
profession.
someone saying no. In response
It's not
to flat earth
religion.
memes.
It's not a religion. It's
It
his
is
profession.
by my definition and two of the real definitions.
A profession isn't a religion.
No, his preaching of the globe model in response to flat Earth is his religion.
It's just It's just observations.
It's not just an observation. It's him
Yeah, it
claiming
is.
to have measured Earth curve.
Yeah,
with
well,
a
he has.
with a website.
Well,
yeah,
he
so that's not
has.
just an observation, is it? It's a massive claim.
Oh, so you're just rejecting a claim that you
saying.
reject for religious reasons.
Not just an observation.
Yeah, it's just an
I believe
observation.
he's correct, but I don't trust him, and I wouldn't if I was a flat earther.
Why?
We need more. We need more honesty.
Well, what's dishonest about just making an observation?
He's a religious shill claiming to have measured the Earth. He jumped on board like a Freemason, even though he should have been out surveying, doing normal jobs.
But what's religious about simply making an observation?
It's preaching a belief system and a worldview about the environment.
No, making an observation isn't preaching.
Not just an observation.
Yeah. So it's not a religion.
Not just an observation.
Huh?
It isn't just an observation.
Well, it's an observation and there are conclusions based on it, right?
A set of claims with a fully built website.
No, it's an observation and a conclusion based on rationality and reason. That's not a religion.
That's fine, but he's too shilly. So
you just don't like him. That's all. It seems to me you just don't like it.
No,
I can kind of get the point that Dawn's making. Like, I don't agree with the conclusion, but I kind of get the idea. Because I think, yeah, like if you had the choice between somebody who's invested in the argument versus like you just sort of collar a, grab some geodetic surveyor by the collar and you explain how he does whatever the fuck he does, I don't know.
Yeah.
And how that demonstrates curvature and he doesn't know shit about the argument before you start talking.
Yeah.
I can see why somebody who is skeptical about a lot of things would go, that is more trustworthy than some guy who's invested in the argument. Just the same as like, because I think like, let's flip it around, Brenda. And that is like, if you heard that like, you know, one of the flat earthers went out and did a measurement and came back and proved flat, would you be like, oh, great? Or would you go, something tells me that because of their investment in this debate, their answer is probably biased?
Exactly.
I wouldn't dismiss it for emotional reasons. I would dismiss it for rational reasons.
But would you? So here's. I would admit this. I would be predisposed to dismiss it.
I would assess it fairly.
Would you? Like, if I said to you right now, "Hey, Bev went out the other day with a theodolite, and he has a measurement of that proves the Earth is flat," would you not immediately, the same as I would, have a skepticism and just go, no, you
well, skepticism, yeah, there's nothing wrong with skepticism. Skepticism isn't religion, right? So I would not want to see the numbers. I would want to see, his record and his setup and what the person did.
See, I think because it would be Bev or because it would be some other flat earther, I would just be, I think it would be impossible that I couldn't be predisposed to go, that's probably hogwash, you know? But, you know, maybe I'm quite biased, maybe.
I think that's fair to do, though, because, like, how do you determine who to listen to? That's the question here. Like, who do you rely more on than the other one? And to me, I wouldn't, like, necessarily reject anybody by principle, but I would be maybe more skeptical. If somebody does, like, 100 observation, and the one guy comes and then do the 101st observation, and it's the same as the 100 past ones, I wouldn't like, oh, I need to see what he did. But if somebody did an observation and it completely contradicts everything else that anyone has done, of course, then you look into that more thoroughly and try to see like what's going on. Why is your observation so different than all the other ones? And that's what Bev is doing. He does an observation. They completely contradict what like other surveys are.
Bro, but it's not about the consistency of the data. It's about the over application of the conclusion from contributing phenomenon. You know what I mean?
What is that? I don't know what that means.
It's not about this data that you have. It's about the assumptions.
It is about the data. What do you mean?
Okay, what I mean is everybody could go out there and get consistent data, and people could be like, oh, well, you know, I'm not going to deny your data to say flat Earth. I'm going to say I'm concluding something that we haven't figured out yet must be happening, whilst the globe Earth is overconfidently concluding an absolute or a must. That's the religion part. That
no, it's not. It's not. So the difference here is. Are you done?
Well, no. You responded to me with no, it's not, bro.
Yeah, it's not. For me, it is not the emotional reasons that you listed. It's about the data. That's what makes something true.
You never respond with any substance to what I'm saying. I'm telling you, we have the data. You have a religious conclusion of it must be this style of phenomenon, of optics, of whatever, right?
So that's not religion.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Coming to a logical, rational conclusion isn't religion.
No, over applying it. Over constantly let me elaborate with a couple more words. Over elaborating it with an absolute. That's the religion, making it like it's an absolute.
But that's how rationality works.
I side with Don on this, where I think that it is. I mean, I've had an argument with my best mate over this as well. I don't think it actually is rational to say we absolutely live on a globe. The way I put it, that I think is more intellectually honest, is to say the probability that we live on a flat Earth is incredibly low. The probability that we live on a something close to a sphere is incredibly high. For the same reason that science, you know, all that shit we go on about all the time, science doesn't prove things. To me, it is and I also think, like, this is where my fascination is with communication or persuasion and psychology, which is I also think it can make a message easier to share. And that's like, you know, a couple of times in here lately, I've gotten on and I've been like, found myself like getting a bit triggered and getting and arguing and stuff. And like the thing that I'll end up doing, the more triggered I get, is speaking in more absolutes. And then it'll become easy to prove me wrong. Like,
so one sentence elaboration here. Another way to say it is like, oh, look, I see a horizon drop. Therefore, it must be the globe Earth. Whereas a more fair person, in my opinion, might say, oh, look, what appears to be horizon drop. Maybe it's a globe Earth. Maybe it's hard for us to figure out why it would look like that on a flat Earth, but maybe there's a way we could figure it out. Just because they haven't figured it out yet doesn't mean it's absolutely a globe. Thank you.
So, Don, if I have 7 apples and then I give away 2 apples, is it absolutely true that I have 5 apples?
Well, so this is my exception. I just want to add in here in the middle. I do think you can have absolutes in maths, and I think you can have absolutes in agreed upon fictions. So like that a law says X versus Y, because we've agreed upon that fiction, it has been written in a law. We've all agreed that that's what the law says. In agreed upon fictions and in maths, you can have absolutes. In everything else, it's so.
But that's,
if we go, but like, would you agree?
Writing, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Right? It's 90 plus 90 is 180. If it's more than that, it can't be a flat Earth. This is what I said. Science doesn't prove things, but it can falsify things. So science,
the way
so
you're
you
measuring, you're religiously concluding that your measurements giving you the absolute view of objective reality. See, that's the problem. There's so many variables that you skip fucking past. It's ridiculous. Maybe not in all cases.
Don,
because like
Don, have you just a minute? Writing, Don, have you looked at the data? He gives degrees of. He gives the plus or minus in the tolerance of the instrument. It's not an absolute.
I'm gonna tell you this. I heard somebody, I think it was Geo, challenge you an hour ago about what video put it out there, and you ain't no shit.
I didn't have the link right to hand. That's just a genetic. That's not religion.
You are religion.
So, Bren, so
not having the link isn't religion.
Let's take it down a notch, because I think we can find bits here we agree. Would you agree, Brenda, that like science is by necessity based on assumptions? So even a spherical excess assumption using a theodolite is rested upon the assumption that the theodolite is accurate.
No, it's not based on that.
It doesn't. So a measurement.
We know how inaccurate. I mean, it's in the data. You've never looked at the data. It's in the data. The plus or minus tolerances of the instrument are in the data.
So you're right, but what I'm saying when I say the accuracy is, would you say that the assumption rests on that when they give us those tolerances, it's based on that assumption, or it's based on the assumption that we see reality as it is? It's based on the assumption we don't live in a simulation. It's based on the assumption that, let me pose something for you that you and I would agree is absolutely absurd and yet possible. Imagine there was a group of very shady people who'd figured out a bit of programming they could put in a chip that most people didn't know was an theodolite, that could tell how far it was looking and faked spherical excess. Right? Just create a drop that was like, I think you and I would go, that's absurd. That is so improbable it happens. But could either of us present any evidence, any measurements to show that it is impossible except through using another theodolite?
You understand that these observations are several over a period of days. So it's not just one observation.
Yeah.
It's several, and then they're averaged.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, if you're doing it average with a one theodolite, that wouldn't fix the problem I pose, which I don't think is real. I'm intentionally presenting to you something I think is ridiculous, that even flat earthers think is ridiculous, such that they use theodolites to test these things. But like, is there anything we could do to falsify such a claim that maybe the theodolite is maybe the Illuminati build all of the theodolites in the world? And I think you and I, if we were being honest, would go, sure, it's ridiculous, but it's possible.
You would just take, if you suspected that there's something about the instrument you're using, like telescopes built by NASA, you simply take it apart and see.
Have you done that though? I haven't.
I have used
Kozlowski?
I have when I was in junior high school, I had a telescope and I observed the rings of Saturn.
That's awesome.
Flat earthers claim that the reason you can see the rings of Saturn through a telescope is because NASA has messed with every telescope.
Yeah.
Right.
Admittedly, I think it's absolutely absurd.
Just a minute. And the telescope I used was basically a cardboard tube with a mirror at one end. That was it.
Yeah, I think it's absurd. So I'm just not able to falsify the claim that And the thing is, I side with you on all of this.
That is falsifying the claim.
No. But I mean, when it comes to the theodolite thing, I'm not able to falsify the claim that like maybe NASA does project it up. It's an absurd claim. But to me, I'm about to have to go. My mates just called me. But to me, the claims that the point that I would agree with Don on is, I think we would do better as humans, as much as globers or skeptics, if you will. I find I have easier conversations if I couch things with the requisite level of uncertainty. That's all I'm saying.
I think that your demand of level of uncertainty is unreasonable.
You are increasingly getting difficult to talk to, Harry.
I think I have been lately.
It's really controlling and rigid, and it's not fun.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with that.
Flow. Just let things flow.
So Merle,
have you let things flow without my mates waiting for me now?
So Merle, have you investigated what the surveyors? There are more than one who say that they measure spherical excess. Have you investigated that, Merle?
Yes.
And what is your refutation of their claims?
Well, I was a little bit involved with it, just online through the digital thing, but with Tim when he was doing a lot of that stuff. And I went on his show and talked to him about it. And he showed me Tim Osmond.
Yeah, his observations across the salt flats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That he did with Jesse.
Yeah, what about him?
Well, he showed me all that stuff, so I have looked into it.
Yeah, so what's your refutation of what you see?
Oh, well, there's a bunch of things. Like, really it was about Jesse, though, wasn't it? And Dawn making the point.
No, it's not about Jesse. It's about the data. What do you reject?
Well,
the data is what makes things true. So what do you reject about the data and why?
Well, there wasn't any curvature anywhere, for a start.
They clearly show it to you.
They don't.
In Tim Osmond's photographs, absolutely they do.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Did we just switch from Jesse Kozlowski's data to Tim Osmond's photos?
Well,
isn't that data? Those were taken with.
Okay, hold on.
Those were taken with Jesse Kozlowski.
Great. I had a question. Okay, that was leading to another one. So you're now switching to Tim Osmond's photographs. What was the distance in his photographs?
So Merle made that shift, not me.
No, you brought up Tim Osmond's photos.
No, I did not. Merle did.
I'm pretty sure it was you just a few minutes ago.
Merle, did you bring up Tim's photos?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Well, then you sound a lot like Merle. But okay. So Brenda, you did not appeal just a minute ago to Tim Osmond. I know. But Okay, so Brenda, you didn't just a moment ago refer to Tim Osman's photos as something that you can take in for data.
Yeah, you can. Sure.
Oh, okay, great. What were those distances in Tim Osman's photos?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Why is that important?
Well, because if he's not taking short range photographs that would comport with Jesse Kozlowski's observations and targets, if Tim Osman is taking longer distance photographs, then my photographs would compete with his. So I was just wondering if you wanted to go down that road.
Right. So how do you refute what is obvious, which he shows curvature? How do you refute that?
Okay, who are we talking about now?
Same topic.
No. I said who.
Tim Osman's, his photographs across the Salt Lake, right, showing the difference between different heights of observation, right, and showing clear obstruction due to curvature.
Okay, so you are now appealing to a greater distance over water at a low elevation.
How do you refute his observations?
Again, I'm trying to get specifics from you. You're talking now about a long distance observation over water from a low elevation, correct?
They're taken from just standard heights, right?
What's a standard height, Brenda?
About 6 feet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Yeah, so all of my...
So what's your refutation?
All of my photographs, all of my entire channel is devoted to demonstrating that those kinds of observations are affected 100% by refraction every single time.
Yeah, but you don't see refraction in his photographs.
Yes, you do.
Very, very little.
Oh, now so there's a little, not no?
Yeah, very little.
Great. How do you have a gauge as to what very little is?
It doesn't matter. How do you refute his observations?
It doesn't matter. So how
are you it doesn't matter if it's small.
How are you able to determine whether it is small or great?
Right. So you just want to deny the observations. The observations show that there is curvature, there is obstruction due to curvature. How do you refute that, Travis?
It's refraction. It's refraction.
Refraction doesn't. It's just you're just rejecting the data.
There is no data. It's just a photograph.
Photograph is data.
I have photographs too, and the data shows refraction.
Yes, because you photograph refraction.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
So you're just going to dismiss, hand wave away the information that you're given.
If you take these photos all the time, and there's always refraction, and then you take an average, you're getting an average amount of refraction.
There isn't refraction always.
All right.
There just isn't.
I had Tim show me some drone footage over the surface of water that was calm. It was still. It was a calm day. Everything was like glass with a mirror reflection. And he was saying, like, look at the curvature, Mel. And I was just going, what? So,
how does that?
What some people imagine?
What do you mean by that?
They see it. Maybe some people imagine it.
Well, maybe you just didn't pay attention and didn't see it. If he showed you,
there's nothing wrong with my eyesight.
If he showed you, well, if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have seen it. Do you know what were? But it is there. Everybody can see it. But everybody can see it.
You can see it.
Oh my God, Brenda, you are a hellfire and brimstone preacher on the corner right now, preaching your religion that everyone can see it. No, we can't. Listen, I was on Tim's show, I don't know, back in like maybe 2019 or so. We did like a 2-hour stream or whatever, where he presented his stuff, I presented my stuff. So I've talked with Tim, I've seen his data, right? Okay, it is clearly refraction. There is clear refraction happening, and I'm going to say the same thing. Hold on. I'm going to say the same thing to him. Look, look, Tim, there's refraction. It's refraction. Just like he's going to go, look, it's curvature. It's curvature.